Okay. Sorry, navigating the 496 pages of text in this one document alone is somewhat of a challenge. Councillors will make a start, and we are looking at the recommendation relating to financial strategy on page 129 of Diligent. 129 of Diligent, number U, and the corresponding staff is 136, I think, the commentary. So, any questions in the first place? We did have a lot of questions. We were into recommendations, aren't we? So I have, can you put the recommendation up? Okay. So we have moved what is on the board. I haven't heard of any amendments. So we may as well either go to the debate or go to the vote. I don't intend to debate. Do you want to debate, Deputy Mayor? Or go, does anybody want to debate? No, let's go to the vote. Thank you. You right, Morpor? You got it? Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, which brings us on to the next, which is V, which is potential changes as per Table 11, possible additional capital deferrals. Now, Ewan had, this is where I'm putting my extra in, isn't it? So Ewan had, and his working out, approved an additional amount of deferrals, which I have felt were a good idea. And therefore, I would like to, Angela and I discussed this yesterday, we would like to absorb that into our recommendation, which I do believe only leaves a very small point of difference around nature in the city between the two, right? So what I would suggest is we take the majority of it, setting aside nature in the city, which is the point of difference, right, and have that vote separately. Does that make sense to you, Councillor Wilson? Yep. Okay. So, right. Well, I'm just going to the discussion button. So we are now into debate on that motion, on the potential changes. Aren't we? I'm not going to say a great deal in debate. This is the way that we can soften the impact on rates by deferring some of the work that's not essential to do straight away. And so what we've been having over the last few months is quite a lot of really robust and useful dialogue about what that would look like. And so I'd like to thank Councillor Wilson for identifying some additional. And nothing more to say at this point in time. I'll reserve my right of reply.
Are we actually in debate?
Yeah.
Yep. That was pretty quick. I've still have questions on the...
No, we asked questions yesterday. We did all the questioning yesterday.
Yeah, but when motions actually come up...
Oh, do you want to clarify?
You're going to have an opportunity.
Oh, yes, to clarify for understanding the motions, yeah. Sorry, do you want to... Pardon? On does it relate to understanding the motion? Because we had all the questions yesterday otherwise.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a generic, you know, when motions actually come to the table, aren't they going to...
Fair enough. We actually were in debate though, so can I go back and do some... At my discretion, we'll go back and allow some questions of staff. They really should be for the purposes of clarity and understanding where the recommendations are in general.
Yeah.
Question the report.
No,
off you go, Jeff.
Thank you, Chair. Although I do wonder about the process, because I think we are going to have, as motions come up, we are going to have questions on them, I think. And I think, you know, anyway. My question is actually on B and the motion that Ewan and I put up. I just wanted to explore with staff really the possibility of actually adding to this and seeing how much more we can defer without running into any issues. we're currently deferring 50 million year 1 and 2 and 80 in year 3, and so what I am unclear on is whether or not we could add another 20 million to year 1 and 2 and another 20 million to year 3, and if there is actually you know, the ability to do that. I know that there are projects which are contracted, but I think it would be useful, because it did come as a surprise to me to find out that 40 million of year 1 and 2 were actually kind of built-in deferrals anyway. So if we were to ask for another 20 million from year 1 and another 20 million from year 2 and another 20 million from year 3, I'd love to know what the consequences of that might be and if it's possible to further improve our financial position.
So that's a really great question. And yes, everything and anything is always possible. So just to be really clear on your comment around that this is already baked in. So at the Finance Committee that you'll get a report from the Capital Delivery team that will be asking and forecasting for $40 million worth of deferrals out of this current financial year into next year. So again, that's part of our everyday business. We do it all the time and every year. So behind and in the modelling, we obviously pick up that $40 million out of this current year and roll it. So we're assuming, if you can imagine, you're taking, you've got the capital program, which when we were doing our closing balance for this year and our opening balance for next year, we're talking about what the cash flow looks like for that spend, quite different from the deliverability of the capital program. This is about when the cash is spent. So we assume that that picks up and then goes into next year, and then it just carries on rolling forward. So as far as adding more in financially behind the scenes, so absolutely that's possible. The only risks with that is you have a capital delivery team that obviously you've tasked with delivering those projects to the community per year. And as Councillor Ewan points out, every single finance and monitoring committee, he challenges what that is and what that number looks like. And obviously it's also one of Lance's KPIs to not have deferrals as well. So there's always a challenge and always a tension between the capital delivery team delivering the actual projects, and they've never not done that, as opposed to the modelling that we do from an actual timing of the cash flow.
Right. So what would be the financial implications or the financial advantages for us in terms of our modelling of removing 20 million or deferring 20 million from year 1, 2 and 3?
The team would have to take their time to model it, but obviously it would have its advantages because you're obviously decreasing your debt with that and the interest that comes with it. There is, however, a risk that goes with that if suddenly the capital delivery team delivers all of those projects and spends all of that money behind the scenes. Again, remembering this is from an actual spend perspective, then that would be your risk if you were to drop it too low.
Chris, you're smiling. Why are you smiling?
I was just smiling on the word if we suddenly don't deliver. Like we deliver, and we've carefully looked at this program for delivery, particularly in year 1 where we've got a lot of contractual commitment. So I think I'll be challenged to, if you increase those numbers, I think to slow down the program. Like my KPI to you guys is to deliver what you finally decide. So, you know, I take Councillor Ewan's comments to heart about deferrals, and we're trying always, you know, to not have deferrals and deliver. We invariably do, and I think the 40 million's about right. The motion pushes that to a little bit more, and that's good, but to push it further, I think we'll have that challenge of us delivering above those numbers. That's my view. That's why I was smiling just on suddenly not delivering.
Sorry, I didn't, yeah.
Can we just not just... yeah. Okay, yeah. No, sorry.
Councillor, just to give you a sense of scale, when, as Tracy said, we would have to model the further assumed deferrals, but just in terms of when we modelled this change, i.e. an extra 10 million in years 1 and 2 and an extra 40 million deferrals in years 3 to 10, the impact on rates from that change in isolation was that you could reduce the rates increase by 0.5 percentage points in year 2 and 0.4 percentage points in year 3 and some other tiny numbers in outer years. So that's the kind of sense of scale from that was from a 10 million increased deferral in years 1 and 2 and a 40 million increased deferrals from years 3 onwards.
So possibly it could be 1% in year 2 if you're deferring in 20 million.
I wouldn't like to extrapolate because there's all sorts of other things in the model. But
Okay. Look, Mayor Paulo, thanks for the opportunity to ask that question. I'm simply doing it just really, I guess, pushing the boundaries to see what opportunities there are for further savings, not to deliberately slow up the process.
Any other questions on it? Because we could talk about that in the debate as well.
Yes, I have, but I'm waiting.
No, I'm talking to Jeff at the moment. Any
Sorry,
questions?
sorry.
Yeah, no, look, I'll leave that to one side at the moment.
Okay. If you've got any other questions, come back to us. Councillor Thompson, thank you.
I was just wondering, this is probably slightly, I don't know, I won't call it a dumb question, but I just wanted to fully understand the impact of these deferrals. So it's not, is it accumulative or is it, when you say rolling, the 40 million, the expectation is that 40 million is deferred from year 1 and then it continues to only be 40 million deferred from year 2, not like an additional 40 million?
So that's what we've modelled, that's what we modelled into the basin, which is what you're seeing today. What this motion
So it makes it
what this motion does is we're adding another $10 million to the year 1 and 2, so it becomes in total 50 for those 2 years, and then we've added another 40 for year 3 onwards. So the total amount of deferral that then rolls from year 3 onwards is $80 million.
80, so it's not accumulative, it's just a rolling
No, it's
number.
each year.
Yeah.
So remember, each
Perfect.
year is in its own, obviously the capital program is each year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. And just in terms of understanding the impact of it, would the delivery team, will they potentially have to purposely slow down delivery of some projects to kind of make sure we stay within those parameters? Is that how do you mitigate the risk of then delivering more than what we've just budgeted for in terms of the deferrals?
A bit of a crystal ball, but I suspect if you push the deferrals up higher than those, we'll be soon looking to deliberately slow down the program. I think at the levels, at the 40 million would be going hard to deliver. I think at the resolution to go to 50, 80 would still be pushing hard to deliver, but keep an eye on the program, from 6 months to 12 months.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Hey, thanks, Mayor Paula. Chris, I wonder if you can explain which projects we are deferring out of this current financial year to the first year of the LTP. Because they must be known, right? Because you've landed on them. That's the 40 million you had already assumed and has come into the Finance Committee.
Yeah, so that's starting to emerge. I don't have the list in front of me, but it's there's quite a number of projects that are in train, but our cash flow is just a bit optimistic. From memory, the Collins Road pump station, some of our treatment plant works are a couple, but it's quite a mixture across the whole portfolio, just with a little bit here, a little bit there. But from memory, those are probably the 3 bigger ones that jumped out at me.
Okay, thank you. And am I correct when I read the first year of the LTP CapEx, it said that we were ideally going to do 390 million. And so we have the 40 million that we're not doing to the end of this financial year. So are we in fact, is it the 390 plus the 40? Or are you saying that the 390 in year one already reflects the fact that you're not doing 40 million to the end of this financial year?
No, so essentially because you're rolling it, the 390 stays the 390, because you're from a cash perspective, you roll the 40 in and then you essentially roll another 40 out. From my side of things, it's not tagged to anything in particular. It's just an assumption that you're not spending that money. The deferral list of what makes up that 40 going in and coming out would be quite different as far as which projects it is.
Okay, right. Okay, so us adding the 10 million in year one and 10 million in year two, and I think year three, it was a significant increase. You had already, well, of course, the 40 million, because we're rolling it ahead, our 40 million then gets on top. What is the disadvantage, and I guess this is a question to Chris, in light of our financial predicament, what would we be afraid of? What's the disadvantage if we slow things down a little? So what's the disadvantage if we slow things down a little? It means we don't spend the money, which means we don't borrow the money. What's the problem with that?
I guess there's a deliberate slowdown. We're going through a process now where we've taken particular projects, identified projects, and slowed them down. So when we land a program, it's that for delivery, it's really efficient to deliver them as quickly as possible rather than plan to deliver them slowly. I think that would be really inefficient and probably cost us a lot of money.
But surely if we sent a clear direction now, saying that we wanted to slow things down even more, increase the assumed deferrals, then you would be able to manage that, surely?
I guess I'd be challenged by which ones you'd want to slow down, so that sort of comes back to what we're doing through this process, is deciding which projects to do and which ones to do slower.
So I'm glad you raised that, because you're telling us that you had already assumed 40 million of projects that you're not doing in this financial year, and you've assumed them into the first year of the LTP, but you could only name 3. So why can't you provide more accurate information about the ones you've slowed down?
We will have that information. I just don't have it to hand. I hadn't expected that question, but that's what we bring to the Finance Committee every time we come to the Finance Committee. We give you a running total of our deferrals and where we're sitting. So invariably, it's not that we are failing to deliver projects, it's just that the cash flow is a little bit different than what we'd forecast in previous years. So invariably, we are still delivering the projects, just the cash flow is different for some reason.
Okay, thank you.
Cox.
Just a question in regards to, I guess, the type of projects that are deferred. Are they typically transport projects? I'm just trying to get a sense of that, really.
They're right across the board. So clearly over the last year, transports have been a big one with some of the decisions about withdrawing funding, etc. But typically they're right across the board. Transport, we're normally fairly... No, it's across the board, so there's no particular activity that sticks out to me, really.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McIndoe. Oh, no, sorry. Naidu Rofe. Yeah, if I'm looking through the wrong part of my glasses. Sorry, Kev.
Yes, Chris, just a question around increasing deferrals. We've heard you talk about the challenges that may come with that and, the risks of slowing down and not being efficient. I'm just interested in a deferral versus a reduction. What's easier to manage? Us telling you to increase deferrals or us saying reduce the capital program by $50 million? What's better? Or what's easier to manage on your end?
I think what we're looking to do is provide proper estimates, appropriate estimates to do the work. So, if you change the estimates, I don't think that would be really challenging for us because we're providing you with the estimates we think of the funding we need to do the job. Now, invariably, we've got a pretty good track record of bringing projects in on estimate. There's not too many times we come to you and say, oh, look, we've got far too much money to do these projects. Quite often they're on the edge or they've gone a little bit over. I think something that you've resolved or are resolving as part of this is to, over the next year, to have a little bit of a working group to look at our estimates, but also the scope as well. Like we want to, just work with you to reassure you that we're not gold plating projects as well, because I don't think we do, but that's been a bit of a suggestion, and that's, that working group will look at scope as well as cost estimates. So removing the budget, I think, is more flawed than making a definitive decision to slow something down and do it in a later year.
Sorry, I think I didn't say that very clearly. If council wanted to slow down our capital program on the whole, because of the levers with debt to revenue and all the other bits, is it clearer for you to, if we said we're increasing deferrals, or we want you to control the slowing down by controlling deferrals, or is it easier if we said we actually don't want to spend more than 350 or 400 million in total, and then it's up to you to work out what can be achieved and what can't be achieved within that envelope? So what's easier to manage from an organizational point of view?
Well, from our point of view, which is what we're doing now, it's for you to look at the projects that make up that 350 million in year one and tell us which projects you will want to slow down or not do. So we're at a point where we're looking for guidance, from elected members now on which projects they want to do or not do.
All right.
I think Councillor Kesh, just to add to that comment, the proposed increase to deferrals by 10 million in the first 2 years and 40, I think as staff, we are saying we would be happy to support that, and I think as Tracy said, there is a level of deferral that occurs every year, and with the capital program, and the capital program does step up in year 3, to have that change is fair and reasonable. But if council wanted to seek any further changes, I think what Chris is clearly saying is we would need that to be through definitive projects being removed.
Got you. All right. The second thing, just in terms of rates, when we calculate, or when we model it, in terms of deferrals, are we modeling it including that level of deferrals?
So as I explained earlier, so in the base, we've modelled the 40.
Oh, okay, so that's
it's just also the rolling, because I know that will be what our opening balance and the carryover from this current financial year is.
Yep.
So we've modelled that.
I'm just confirming that we're not rating for things we're not doing. That's
correct.
So that's
and that's the whole reason why we originally started doing this, is so that we're not overrating the ratepayer for debt that we're not going to have.
And then the second thing is DCs. With our DCs assets, what is it called? Asset of schedule.
Schedule of assets. Yeah.
Schedule of assets. Is that calculated on the capital program as it stands, or is it including deferrals?
Yes, it stands on the capital program as it stands, so they take all of the,
Because that's a long-term sort of.
correct, yes.
And as Greg said yesterday, that changes in timing between years has a very minimal impact on the program. If you remove a project,
Yeah.
then that also has a impact, although again, it has a minimal impact. It has to be a whole massive change of programs to make a big difference to levies.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you.
I was going to ask a question, but you go. Yes, you go, Councillor Casecox.
I guess my question is, Blair, just in terms of you mentioned that the staff are happy with the increase. I guess I'm just curious, a bit like what Councillor Taylor suggested, why this is so late in the piece. You know, that this has not been highlighted before as an option for elected members or a consideration. I'm curious as to why it's now been put forward.
Can kind of answer that, because to be fair, we are challenged on deferrals by Councillor Ewan himself throughout all of the committees around actually doing what we do and not having the deferrals. So it was an idea that both Councillor Ewan and Councillor Jeff brought to us late last week, as far as is it something that we could think about and do. So obviously from that perspective, it was something that we said that we would consider, but again, it's up to you to decide if that's what you would like to do.
So based on previous direction from elected members, you'd actually attempted to reduce deferrals and now you're increasing them because we've suggested that. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yep, and that will come
is
up.
that right?
That, believe me, will come up in debate. Just a question I have. I was just following on from Kesh's line of questioning. And she asked, you know, what would you prefer, a defined level of budget and you operate within, or some steering from elected members? I guess that's because the things that you've put before us, is it because the things that you've put before us represent a raft of different priorities and you want to understand what council's priorities for the capital budget are, vis-a-vis, you know, prioritising Peacock, Rotorcody, CBD, etc. So the reason to do it the way we've done it has been for us to have oversight of exactly what priorities would be delivered or not. Is that the reason? Right. Does that help? Because that's the way I saw it, so yeah. And so from a governance level, you're asking for a broad steer over types of investment that we might do through capital in this way, without getting to the granular project by project stage, of course. Are you?
Well, by establishing an LTP, you are getting into project by project. So,
To
apart
some
from
extent.
some of our program works like renewals and compliance, but for everything else, it's project by project decision making.
Yeah. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Tracy, in previous years, reporting through the Finance Committee, those deferrals have been really high, and I recall deferrals of over $100 million. But those are previous years. What have been the current trend that we've noticed?
So a couple of things. The way the capital delivery team, when they're putting their budgets together now, they once upon a time they probably put the whole lot in 1 year, whereas now they're really good at forecasting the cash flow. So again, design and planning up front, and maybe year one, the bulk of the project in year two, and then the rest of it in year three. So that's certainly made a difference as far as deliverability and the match of deliverability and cash flow. So that's one thing. And the other thing, obviously, it's now a KPI for both the CE and obviously Chris's team to try really hard, obviously, not to have deferrals. And the other thing too, that a lot of the deferrals when I first arrived was actually related to third party. So a lot of land purchases, obviously with the Peacocks project, and a lot of things that were actually outside of council's control. So that used to make up a lot of the deferrals, quite a few years ago as well.
Okay. Thank you. And so we've seen those deferrals dropping. Thank you.
The only other thing this is, deferrals is a part of our everyday business. You're always going to have deferrals from a cash flow perspective. So I just
And we should still expect to see deferrals coming through that reporting because of that 3-year delivery program, potentially?
Yeah, so I guess that's the one advantage now with the change that we've made through this LTP is you normally would see deferrals every year, but now that we've changed that to match the same as what we do for renewals and compliance, you'll only see that deferral at the end of that 3-year set of programs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I get to your question, I was just a bit distracted. I was trying to listen to Maxine. Can we not have side staff conversations with elected members, because we'd all like to know. I presume you're going to ask a question now, Ewan, but it just helps me to focus and listen, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Questions?
No problem. My question relates to an earlier question from Councillor Anna regarding deferrals, and I guess my question is to Blair. Blair, just to remove any doubt, the initial 40,000 deferrals was staff initiated.
Yes, so staff have had that assumption in the long-term plan, and I think as both Tracy and Chris would say, at every finance committee there is discussion referral to deferrals as a normal course of business. So that was built in as a base assumption to the long-term plan. It has been since we've been working on this.
And so when we approached you, we were talking about capital project reduction, and that's when we found out that in fact the 40,000 was already baked in. 40 million was already baked in. And then we asked, well, what's the so why did you suggest that the best idea, if you wanted to make additional capital expenditure reductions, to add to the assumed deferral, which is what we did? Why was your advice that?
The options and I guess ultimately the advice that was provided was that with the capital program tracking at the level it is for years 1 and 2, and then the substantial step up in year 3 onwards, that there is the rationale to increase the assumption for deferrals, albeit to a moderate level. So in other words, up by 10 in the first year, up by 40 from year 3 when the capital program makes a substantial step up, as a way of reflecting, as Chris has said, that across the broad program of projects, that there may be a slight increase in the quantity of cash that isn't spent in the particular year that we could assume in terms of, as Tracy has said, cash being spent in the following year is across the program. So that was the culmination of that conversation that we had.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. This is just directly in terms of the motion and the part of it regarding transport revenue. Do we have any, in terms of the expectation that we may be able to get renewals money to offset potentially not getting the school link funding, what's the level of confidence around getting that renewals revenue at this stage?
Sorry, I just can't answer that. There's just no information coming from NZTA on this at the moment. Believe me, I've tried every avenue I can.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one final question from me. In incorporating part of the recommendation amendment that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Taylor proposed around the deferrals, I'm sorry, staff, but this question's going towards you. Sorry, shall I start again? So, I've almost lost my way. See, that's what happens. The distraction is not helpful. Just in terms of me picking up Councillor Wilson and Councillor Taylor's suggestion for the extra proposed deferrals of renewals, right? I had a chat with staff around that because I wanted to test the robustness of that thinking, and I understood that it was achieved without much impact in the short to medium term. And of course, that buys us time for the three waters, etc., etc. Is that the case? Is that still the case? Without,
We support the change as proposed in the.
that's what I want to make sure. Thank you, because I when you put it up, Ewan, I went and questioned it, and I wanted to know what merits it had. So thank you. That confirms it for me and Angela as well. So, okay, we've had a lot. People look like they're still pondering on the odd. Oh no. Oh, good. Let's go to the motion, which we're going to put all except for the bit that's about nature in the city.
Yeah, I just had a question about that.
Yes.
On your one that was circulated yesterday, you still had removal of the nature of the city. I understand that's no longer your position, so you're pulling that out.
No, it is my position. No, it's not. It is my position to have it out at the moment. I think there may be some alternatives. It is.
It's out. It's not. I've taken it out.
It's out.
It's out.
It's out.
That's cool.
That was our original motion. I think there might be some other people with some considerations around that. But
I'm just asking for clarity.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
It's out.
I'm
And
trying
so-
to be clear too.
All right, and so you're aware that obviously we've got an amendment
Yeah.
that was based on your original, and so we will want to debate that item separately.
That's what I've suggested.
Excellent.
We're on the same
Okay.
page. Councillor Hutt.
Move a motion for nature in the city.
Yep.
Just flagging that.
Okay. That's an addition,
That can be
further
lo-
amendment
Yeah,
or,
yeah.
or a motion. We'll work that out. It'll go all in due process, but at the moment I'm only doing the bit that doesn't include nature in the city.
Sure, but
Yeah.
clearly since, I'll let Gov.
Yeah.
I guess my point would be, we had ours fit.
Yeah, you did. Amy will make sure that it goes in the correct process. We've just got to give her half a second to think.
Oh, I know. I have total faith.
Yeah, it's on the board. It's coming on the board, and it was, and so Angela and I had excluded nature in the city. Angela, that's where it was sat when we agreed all that. Deferring it.
You are deferring it now? You took it out this morning. So it's not on that list?
I thought we deferred it. Hang on. Can we just take a
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute
short
break.
You put
Thank
all of
you.
those together. I'll make sure that I'm on the right page and you're on the right page, because I was clear and now I'm no longer clear. everyone. Thank you. Because we really like to try and get some pace through this meeting and maybe liberate some free time tomorrow. Wouldn't that be good? So, having now looked at it, I knew what, Angela, my intent was. Now we've been explained with Amy how the motions work. It will be, the motion will be everything exclusive of nature in the city, and Ewan will be, because it includes it in actual fact, Ewan will be voting, no it doesn't, Ewan will be voting against, will be proposing to remove it, and we will vote against it, potentially.
Okay, can we have governance explain?
Say it. Shh. No, you should too. Go,
So
Amy.
at this moment in time, we have on the screen the potential changes. The potential changes do not touch in any way, shape or form on nature of the city. We're going to have that one separately afterwards, not in this discussion, not in this debate, not in this vote.
Yeah, that's
afterwards,
right. Not in this one.
which is similar to what we're doing with the Claudelands Power Resilience
Don't go
Capital
there.
Plan. Not touching that one at this moment. That's a separate motion.
Excellent. Which is where I was before this conversation all happened. But anyway, let's go. Let's go now to. Oops, I need to get my thinking together on the recommendation that's before us, which is for debate. Just have to put my head around it now. Okay, let's go into debate, and I'm the mover. And so, basically, where I set it around this is that we have heard again loud and clear from the community how we reduce rates, and we know how limited we are in options to reduce rates because we haven't got very many options in the revenue bucket. We can't go out and find lots and lots of revenue overnight. So we've looked into the capital cuts and deferrals, and as you're aware, before it even came to the table, for council consideration, we deferred 30 million from capital and 100 million over the next 10 years. But we've got to go further, and we've all instructed staff to go away and have a look at the budget, and they have identified, thankfully, 135.4 million that we can defer. I think it's time to focus on essential projects. I've also deferred 27.5 million in extra renewals, added in November, and the 40% on budget. So what we are doing here is encapsulating those extra capital deferrals, making it easier on the ratepayer in the short term, and I have taken on board the additional deferrals that Councillor Wilson and Councillor Taylor identified, because they make sense to me, and we have heard from staff that they don't have a negative impact on the community. We do have to invest something, however, and I just want to make a couple of cautionary points as we go forward, cutting capital, that eventually we're going to have to build things in the future that which we've delayed or put off if we're going to have a future-proof city. And so, this does, in some ways, still leave us the challenge of the future and how to build for the future. But we have 3 waters coming our way, or waters, and I hope that through the way we do capital for the waters, we can make some difference to this going forward. That's me. Anybody else want to debate? No one wants to debate. I won't write a reply myself then, we'll just vote. It's the motion. There's no amendment. No. You'll be out, I'll press an eject button. I wish I had one. Wouldn't that be a whole bunch of fun to have an eject button?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everyone. And now we do go to a motion by Councillor Wilson.
Putting it up on the board.
It's coming.
And do you want to, I guess we can have the debate there, because it's a motion, right? So,
It's a motion, yeah. I think we understand it,
Questions?
so we won't have questions unless they're for clarity. I don't think we need it. Did anybody, no, I think we can go to the vote, the debate, Ewan. Is it up? There it is.
there it is. Mayor Paula, as the mover of the motion, like all these things during really challenging times, we had to dig deep looking for opportunities to save some funding. I know that in yesterday's discussion there was some issues made of if we if we delayed it or deferred it till year 4, that there could be an erosion of some of the work that we'd already done. To be honest, I'm happy to put up with that erosion. I would prefer that the ratepayer is able to save a little money in this particular area, and when it comes to prioritising things, for me, I'm happy to defer this till year 4. The alternative view is vote against it, and it's the staff's recommendation in the staff's report, which means it's deferred till year 3. Nothing more complicated than that.
Okay, anybody else care to debate? Councillor Hutt, you look like you're going to, yes, thank you.
As I said earlier today, as I said yesterday, I don't like this motion. I don't even necessarily take much enjoyment of the staff recommendation either. But I think what is critical to keep in mind when it comes to this, and particularly when you're talking about savings to the ratepayer, is that the volume of volunteer labour that has gone into biodiversity work in the city for decades. People in our city care about our biodiversity, and I want to emphasise what a triumph it was for council to put real money into this, to really put our money where our mouth is in acknowledging that we understand the biodiversity crisis and how serious this is. And I just think it's a travesty to be not only walking back on that commitment to the community, but with the knowledge that it endangers the previous investment we had already put into it. If I suggested we should cut something and we would actually lose $860,000 of cash, the view of this chamber might be quite different. I just think that the investment that we make into our biodiversity is so critical, and it ties into our other strategies and plans, and we cannot underestimate the community's love is not even the word, it is investment of their lifetimes into this issue, many of which are tragically coming to an end.
Councillor Casey Cox.
Of people, of volunteers.
Shh. We're in debate. Thanks, you, Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion for similar reasons, obviously, to Councillor Hutt, but I just I do live close to Donny Park, and do see the work that the team have put in Donny Park in particular, and it's awesome down there, and they've really changed how that gully is and can be experienced. So I think the investment that we've made in there would just be so sad to see lost or, diminished in any way. So I am reluctant to accept the deferral of the capital to year 3, but upon Maria's reflection to us yesterday, I certainly don't want it to be deferred any further than that. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Paula, hey, none of these are easy. None of them are. But I think we have to acknowledge that our financial situation has changed markedly. And it's not business as usual, it's far from it. And the savings in CapEx and OpEx here are something we desperately need. This LTP was never going to be fun. We're trying to dig ourselves out of a fiscal hole, and we are going to have a number of these sacrifices to make, and we need the money. We need to make the savings, and yeah, I acknowledge there's pain. There's pain in lots of ways. We've just had a very painful bridge, so yeah, I will be supporting deferring it out to year 4.
Any further debate? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think everyone recognises the extremely challenging financial situation that we're in. But we can't overlook the fact that we've already pushed out well over $2 million worth of capital projects, and I think that in comparison to those very large deferrals and this is a small project, but it will have a really big impact pushing it out again. And the council has a history of ruining past investment in our gullies. Through past cuts, a huge amount of previous investment was completely lost because invasive weeds take over really quickly, and within a couple of years, those plants are dead. The money, the time, the volunteer hours have been wasted. I'd also note that our gullies are a critical part of our stormwater system. So this is not just a nice to have in terms of creating nice green spaces for people to enjoy or supporting biodiversity, but it's actually about erosion control, supporting the gully network to ensure that it can actually take the stormwater and the increase in stormwater that we will see over the coming years in terms of more in terms of changes in the climate as well and more extreme weather events. So I will not be supporting the motion to defer this further. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Yeah, I do want to debate this one. This is a small item in terms of the overall cost. It's minuscule, it's minimal. But so that made it harder because this really, really tested my values as a leader. This one personally tested me. And even in contemplating a delay, I had to step back, and listening to the other speakers, I had to step back and go, what was I thinking? What am I thinking? Louise is absolutely right. I was at the 20th Arbor Day planting at Waiwhakariki on the weekend with Rude Kleinplast, who describes this restoration that's brought around partly by nature in the city and before as one of the best in the country. I've been to all but one of those 20 plantings, and I was at the first. And I've been in the gullies. And I'm proud, very proud of the legacy that I played a part in by co-forming the Hamilton Halo project way back to reinstate tui to the city, who rely on these green spaces, the tui that everybody takes for granted and forgets we fought hard to bring back to the city, relies on these green spaces, these natural native plantings to thrive, to survive, and we all love that. Not that long ago, there were annual competitions for the best tui photo in the Waikato Times. That's what we're creating. That's the legacy we're creating. And if you'd stood in Waiwhakariki on the weekend for Arbor Day, and you saw how we had transformed what was bare paddocks with cows on into one of the best, described by Rude and others, best community-led environmental restorations and education projects. That's what he calls it. That's what it is. This small amount of money helps make sure that we do not go backwards in those spaces. And I'm sorry that I even contemplated for a nanosecond doing anything other than retaining this. And it's already a small delay as it is. Thank you.
The motion is lost, 6-4, 8 against.
Thank you, everyone. Oh, it brought things up. Okay, where are we? Sorry, Amy, let's...
Potential changes, Claudelands, power resilience. So we have the...
Please bring us to a page on that one, or is it an amendment?
It's your one.
Okay, hang on.
It's on the list of...
Yep. I know it is, Ewan. But there's a lot to think through, and I have to make sure I'm on the right thing. And you... Yep. You do. You absolutely do. It's all about that. All right, it's been moved and it's been seconded. Are there any questions for discussion? Councillor Hutt.
Yes. Can I drag Calvin down to the seats?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, Calvin. I was wondering if you could talk about the role that Claudelands plays as a civil defence emergency centre, not just perhaps talk about it for Hamilton, but also in a regional sense as well.
Okay. Quick update, I guess, is that in an emergency we operate on two different levels. We have a range of smaller civil defence centres identified in each suburban area, which if it was a localised event within a particular suburb, people could go there to get support and help. That will include such things as some of our libraries, community centres, Te Rapa Racecourse, the Wānangas, and a heap range of other places. We also operate some larger maxi-style civil defence centres to cope with significant issues. Claudeland being our premier one because of its size, its ability to accommodate people if we had to have them sleeping there, the ability to set up with our partner agencies to have a registration centre and needs assessment, the ability to accommodate pets that people would likely bring with them if they were evacuating, and obviously the cooking facilities there. So it is the all-inclusive. We operate, I guess, FMG Stadium is the other one for us. It gives us a large centre either side of the river in the event that an earthquake or something separates the city into two, because our bridges will be, we will deny entry to bridges until they've been structurally assessed. And that's on the local level for Hamilton. In a wider sense, Hamilton being the largest inland city doesn't have the same level of exposure as coastal regions and other major cities across the country. In the event of a major issue, and a tsunami might be the most obvious one, we could expect that we would receive significant numbers of displaced people arriving into Hamilton for us to then have to accommodate and go through the needs assessment registration of people who have left largely from where they were normally living with the clothes they stand up in, most probably.
That was great.
Councillor Bidder.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Kelvin, is there a potential commercial advantage for the power resilience to things like concert events at the Claudelands?
I guess that's probably not a question for me. It's probably outside my area of expertise.
We'll go
and I'm probably looking at Sean to answer that.
Yes, through the chair, thank you for that question. The answer to that is yes. And recently we had the FIFA Women's World Cup, and part of the requirement as a host venue was that we have that power resilience in place, which we did have. I would stress that if we had a power event, loss of power at Claudelands now, and for example, if there was a show
crowded house, when we had a full house in the arena, and the power supply went out. Basically, we have batteries that kick in their emergency power supply, which would only operate for a short period of time, which would give us the time to evacuate the building and get people outside before those that battery electricity supply diminished. So it would purely be a safety measure. And in that case, we would have some commercial discussions to have with the event organiser because of power failure or whatever as a result, and there'll be various discussions with insurance companies going after that. But there is a risk of that. A week or two ago, when we had power outages in Hamilton with the storm that came through, the team at Claudelands did have an event on that night, and there was some nervousness if the power outage extended to us, but touch wood, we haven't had that as a serious issue up until this point.
Thank you.
Pike.
Thank you. This is a question to Calvin. Just understanding, if we did have the Claudelands standard up as a civil defence centre and we were to lose power, how long would it take to wire up or arrange a alternative power source in that situation?
Well, Sean will be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but Claudelands is already wired to be able to take a generator. The issue will be finding and accessing a generator, and depending on the nature of an emergency, if we've had, for example, an earthquake here in Hamilton, we can expect that there will be loss of power. We can expect that there would be some damage to roads. So the thing is that if generators are located elsewhere, it may be a question of getting them into Hamilton, given the size of the generator that might be required to actually operate for Claudelands.
Thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Chair. Calvin, is there a risk matrix of sort that we look at and we plug all of this information into, and then outspits a percentage of risk or likelihood that we're prepared to, or not, you can't answer that second part, but yeah.
There is not a simple matrix you can put that in.
No.
The question is, what is the level of support we wish to or need to be able to offer to the people of Hamilton in the event that there is an emergency? We have a dual thing insofar as I've referred to a wider role that relates to emergencies outside of Hamilton. If we just deal with our own, if we suffer a significant thing, and an earthquake would be the most obvious, we can expect that we will have people who could potentially be trapped in buildings. They could obviously not be able to use their homes. We'll be scrambling to be able to accommodate people, and we would be certainly using our principal civil defence centres. If they don't have power...
Sorry to interrupt. So that's just to house displaced people from other regions?
No, that's everyone. I'm talking about if we have an issue here, and people can't go to homes, or their homes have been destroyed, or they're displaced, we will be getting them principally into our civil defence centres, and we will be looking principally to use FMG and Claudelands as being the two premier, one either side of the river, to be able to host those people. That if we have power resilience issues, that will complicate matters, and potentially, if we have no power, remove one of our main centres for use for that area.
Could we feasibly upgrade other community centres to be ready for that potential situation?
You could do whatever is on the table, but to spend money on a whole series of very small centres that might be able to cater for 50 people or 60 people, or potential for a main centre to have significant resilience.
Yeah, the small doesn't add up to the mess. Okay.
Economies of scale.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Tim.
Hi, Calvin.
Hello.
I very much enjoyed our exercise the other day. Not running around the park, but our civil defence exercise. The proposal, though, for resilience is not to support events when events are on at Claudelands, is it? This is specifically for civil defence emergencies.
I've been asked to answer questions that were put from elected members specific to civil defence emergencies.
Yeah, and so because of our exercise the other week, I know that we have a list, I know how it all works, and we have a list of critical resources in and around the city that we can call on. Do we have a list of, what are these called? Generators, if the motion goes through in the next 1 to 5 years that we can call on to run this centre?
Not to run Claudelands, if that's what you're talking about. We don't have a generator of that size that is...
Anywhere in the city that we can say?
We could probably... if we were to enter into some form of agreement with a hire firm that gave us preferential treatment, for which we'd probably have to pay some form of ongoing fee.
So no, I'm saying in the event of an emergency, what I learnt was that you can, once a civil defence emergency is declared, that you can go in and acquisition things.
Once we've had
Are there those size generators? If the motion goes ahead in the next 1 to 5 years, should a civil defence emergency require us to do that?
I'm not sure it's quite as straightforward as that. In the event of a declaration of a state of emergency, the controller, civil defence controller, has the power to requisition property.
Yeah.
But being able to requisition property is not the same as actually having necessarily property available to be requisitioned. For example, there is probably, and I don't know, a very small number, and I'm picking 3 or 4 generators of the size required, that would be in Hamilton. If they have all been outsourced elsewhere, and we've had an earthquake, for example, and the roads, you can't get that size generator into the city, being able to requisition it doesn't solve the issue. It's getting it here.
When we allocated Claudelands as a possible civil defence centre, why at that point did we not think that right through, knowing that we would need a generator of X size for a centre to be up and running in a critical emergency? Or did we, and we said no?
It predates my time in council, so I couldn't answer that, except to say that it has always been a future opportunity to look at installing a generator there to give us power resilience.
What do other metro centres do for their big main civil defence centre if they have to use it?
I think there is quite a variety, but often it is big sports halls and the likes of that, and some of those do have generators attached or installed there for that purpose.
Do any of our main facilities have generators? Maybe Sean would know? Like FMG Stadium or anything?
No. The answer is no. Just to back to your previous question, though, in terms of other major centres around the country that are similar to Claudelands in scale, a number of them do have power resilience in place.
If all the lights go down in the middle of rugby, there's no generator to get the lights back on?
Look, I need to double check that, but just as with anything, we've got emergency generator power that lasts for only a certain period of time. But yes, sorry, it does have that resilience in place. Sorry, you're right. Correct.
Thank you. Sorry, I just thought it did.
Yep, sorry.
Okay.
Calvin, in terms of, say we invest in having the generator at Claudelands, how do you ensure, I guess, that it's always just operational and ready to go at any point? And I assume, sorry, this is probably getting into too much detail, but you would have people at hand in emergency who would, always be able to ensure that it keeps running and all of that.
as we have with the Genesis building over it, there is a generator inbuilt there. It's an automatic kicks in. It's got enough fuel on board for 3 days continuous running. It's got all the other bits and pieces. So that would be standard as part and parcel of the implementation or the installation of a generator, that you would actually have an ongoing process of checking, monthly checks. You'll have everything there. We will test it regularly. And we'll run exercises based on that.
Perfect, thank you.
We understand. It's been moved and seconded. There's an amendment, so we will debate both at once. Just in terms, I'm not going to say very much on this because my view is that the balance that we've struck in Year 5, the long-term plan, is fine for this point in time. We are talking about the worst civil defence should it occur. I do think we've been through an interesting process with this, where we were told it was vital, and then we were told it was not so vital but important, and here we are. But I do think it will need to be done. It's something we need to consider, but I'd love to see something come back to Council about all of our civil defence resilience, so that we better. I understand some, because thank you, Kelvin. I've also done the training that Angela did, and it was an excellent opportunity to find out. But I think the whole thing needs to come back to councillors in terms of not what we do in the civil defence, but what our facilities, what role our facilities play in civil defence, and how they're equipped for that. So that's my debate point anyway. Councillor Hutt.
Pike? Pike first, then Hutt?
That's okay.
Just debate, because we do know what it says, yeah.
Okay. Look, if you know me, I'm focused on being financially responsible and fiscally prudent. But for me, this is about emergency management. Kirikiriroa is a city split by a river, and Claudelands is a key civil defence centre for the east side. It is important to understand that in the event of an emergency, our city could be divided, unable to cross sides due to either damaged bridges or until we obtain engineering sign-off to use them again. So our city could be divided. Claudelands is currently reliant on power mains with minimal backup that would not be sufficient for a longer period of time. In the event of an emergency and we lose power, Claudelands would need a backup generator. This would mean hiring one of the few generators large enough around the country and being able to move it potentially through a disconnected transport network. This potentially would leave thousands of displaced people in our centre without power and severely limiting our ability to provide care to them. We've recently seen emergencies across the country in Hawke's Bay, Coromandel, Northland, and many access points, roadways and properties are still affected. And I think we are naive to think Hamilton is safe because no one is exempt. It's not about waiting for years. It could be tomorrow or months ahead. But without this project, we are affecting our ability to deliver timely and appropriate care to the residents of the city. If we lost power at Claudelands in a time of crisis, we would fail to support Hamiltonians and New Zealanders at the very time they need us the most. I've deferred many projects and supported cuts in this LTP, but to me the 600,000 is a drop in the bucket of our total budget and crucially protects our city at its most vulnerable time. And it's something I have personally an extremely low risk appetite for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. We have a risk of blowing through our debt cap in the next 5 years. We have a risk of some disaster that needs power at Claudelands in the next 5 years. The cost of a disaster outcome is a guess. The cost of prevention is quantifiable. Because we can manage our debt cap with good decisions in the next few hours, I have to support Councillor Pike. Please don't make me regret this.
Councillor Hutt.
Like you know that I'm going to push the button. Yeah. This is literally climate action. And there's been a lot of stuff today which I don't think has been climate action, but this is it. Cyclone Gabrielle, the Christchurch earthquake or worse, is what I want you to picture in your mind. Because ultimately this comes down to managing risk. To paraphrase Calvin, if we're using Claudelands, we're in the shit. If we're holding a significant number of displaced people, what does it say about our city and about our ability to manage risk if we're saying, haere mai, sorry the lights are off though, sorry that you can't have, actual food or actual shelter or heating in a potentially regional or national disaster. We may not have needed this yet, but that's a fluke. We didn't call up Cyclone Gabrielle and we're like, hey, could you just be slightly more to the east, please? That was actually pure luck. But 1 in 100 year events are becoming more common. We cannot call them 1 in 100 year events anymore. If batteries only allow for the evacuation of the building, and if we need to find a generator in an emergency, this is like waiting for something to be in the highest possible demand and then trying to find one. We can't rely on there maybe being a generator at the right size for Claudelands, maybe nearby, maybe not stranded somewhere we can't access, maybe not damaged in the emergency, maybe not already being used for something else, and that we can get access to it and bring it to Claudelands in time. When I worked at the DHB, we often asked ourselves, does this pass the headline test? If we had a national emergency that affected us to this scale and we did not have this generator, I would shudder to think about what the headline would be condemning us for not funding this. And Tracy seemed pretty chill about it when I asked her.
Well, that's well, yeah. After such an impassioned and thoughtful plea, that must be the biggest moment. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think that Councillor Pike spoke extremely well on this. We have an opportunity to look at some further CapEx specific projects we might be able to push out to make the room for this. So I'm going to leave that discussion for later, but right now I absolutely agree that we need to be prepared as a city because a disaster could strike at any moment. It could be within the next 5 years, it could be in the next 10 years. And I think it would be, and firstly, we have a responsibility to the citizens that we can provide a sanitary and safe place to go in a disaster. I don't know how you would keep it sanitary and safe without power for multiple days at Claudelands. And, we've seen councils heavily criticised for not being properly prepared and having adequate responses to disasters very recently. We've gone this long without it, and you could say, well, what's changed? I think what's changed is our understanding and awareness of how critical it is to be prepared, but also the public's expectation that we've learnt from others and we've actually taken action. And I think we would be nationally condemned and criticised if we knew that this was a risk and we didn't take action and the worst outcome came to be. So, I just think that this is an absolute priority to ensure it happens and it's funded.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Not too long ago, this issue came up. Councillor Emma raised it again. So again, Councillor Emma, thank you for your focus and your work in the civil defence role that you have. And I supported you then, and I intend to support you again today. I think it's fair to say that I'm a fiscal conservative. But even fiscal conservatives see the importance of investing in an initiative that will give us resilience at the time of an emergency. And as an aviator, I want all the redundancies before I fly than discover I could have had redundancies post the incident and look back with disappointment. So for me, I am very comfortable with the fact that this is worthwhile, it's needed. We've set a very clear expectation that in the event of a disaster, that Claudelands will play a pivotal role. The provision of power is essential. We know it's got a kitchen. And so it just makes sense. And I'm sure that the people of Hamilton will be very appreciative in the event that we have a national emergency or a regional emergency. And I say regional, let's hope that if that was to occur, that clearly we would provide access for other people outside if they could get to Claudelands. So look, I think this is very smart, and I supported it in the past, and I support Councillor Emma again.
I'm going to foreshadow we're likely to remove our motion, but so this will become the motion. Councillor Naidu-Rove.
Not too much more to add, but to thank Councillor Emma for bringing this forward in terms of the timing. Councillor Emma is our elected member rep for civil defence, and so I think that we should really trust her judgment because she sits in those long and interesting meetings. And I wanted to tell you a quick story because, you know, we had a power cut last Wednesday, and just as an example, this is with the roads and bridges working. And, you know, in pharmacy land where we've got vaccine fridges and very low power resilience, we needed a generator. There are no higher ridge areas on the east. We had to go across to Te Rapa. And that road trip took us over an hour. And so we only got the generator back with 5 minutes to spare before losing, you know, hundreds and thousands of dollars of medicines. And that's just a really real life example that just happened out of the blue. So yeah, no, I think the importance on Claudelands and the power resilience, I just can't speak highly enough.
Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. When I first joined council, I went to meet with Calvin and listen to the civil defence gambit or spiel, if you like. And he asked me a question. He said, what's the one thing that you think we'd be most susceptible to? And because I sometimes don't think before I speak, and I'm probably going to do it now, I said a stampede. And I thought, well, do we build resilience against cows breaking out of paddocks and running down the main street of Hamilton? But I rethought that, and Calvin actually kindly directed me in the right direction and said, well, no, it would probably be a tsunami. So you'd be pleased to know that I've got my thinking aligned now. Getting back on point, though, thank you, Councillor Emma, for your motion. Amendment and Councillor Hart for supporting it. I have actually started to think now that we can't just think insular just about Hamilton. We need to think about our friends who live on the periphery and what we'd do to help them, because if something happened to us, they would probably welcome us into their city as well, with running water and lights and hot food. So you won me over with your debate.
Earthquake, not tsunami.
Earthquake, tsunami, same thing.
Kelvin, more education over here, please. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, also happy that we're signalling that we are removing our motion. Look, I think, though, the issue for me is wider than the decision and the comments that I've heard in debate, because everyone has debated assuming, with the assumption built in, that in a significant event, Claudelands would remain standing. And I think that that's a wrong assumption. I think that we have and I know that, well, Mayor Paula will talk to it possibly, although you don't have right of reply now, I'm not sure. Anyway, maybe you do. So I think there's an inherent flaw in that debate and the decision today.
because we can't assume that in a significant event, Claudelands would be bulletproof. So I think this will end up long-term being a costly exercise for us, a vital and critical exercise, but a more costly one than what is in front of us today. We are split by a river. We don't know what kind of significant event will be in our future, but one thing I do know is something will be at some point, and locating one generator at one location is not building resilience into our civil defence. So I look forward to a further report around how we actually build that proper resilience in.
Thank you. Apparently I do, because I can debate the motion, so I can speak, because we have removed my motion, therefore I have no right to reply, but I have my right to debate that. And I just want to say one quick thing. I'm going to vote with all of you.
You can vote once.
Yeah, vote once.
Is there a no?
Debate once, but yeah.
You can only debate once, you don't have a right of reply.
No one.
Did I debate already?
She hasn't debated.
You can't remember.
I haven't debated because the motion was in. Yeah, right. You don't help at all when you keep interrupting, but go ahead. So what I want to say here is, back on track.
No, actually, you did. You have to.
I haven't debated, according to.
You moved the motion, you started it.
Yeah, so you did.
All right.
So you can't speak. You're becoming as
All right.
helpful as Pippa.
Unbelievable. But anyway, what I would like to do then is to go to the vote, but I want to propose an additional motion with the room, which is to provide through the Risk and Audit, is a note if you like, to provide through the Risk and Audit Committee a review on the resilience of all civil defence facilities across the city and the extent of generators, including portable ones.
Procedural point.
Can I not? Can I wait? Can I do it afterwards? Yes, I can. Thank you. Go for it.
And Amy would be able to work the words to
And we could call
allow
it the
that
Strategic
to
Risk and
happen.
Assurance Committee. Just a thought.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Maxine is debating. Maxine is debating. Yeah.
No, you could do that.
Of governance.
If you haven't spoken.
Can someone make any amendment once we've started the debate in terms of instruction to a note?
To wait until afterwards, that would be delightful, because then we could tack this one in. Right now is very difficult. It would be we'd be shadowing and yeah, we could have an amendment. But I need a mover, and yeah, it's just really fun right now. Yeah. Yes, we can do an amendment with that.
Why don't we just do a committee note of that action that
Can we?
What a good idea.
Ideally, could we vote on this one and then circle back?
Too much Huey, Dewey and Louie.
Yeah.
This one. Yeah. Okay, look. Let's go to the vote on this, and then Maxine has still got her ability to debate, of course, and then we'll go to the vote. See where that takes us. Go, Maxine.
You don't need to
Hang on. Maxine's debate, then your right to reply, then we'll go to the vote, and then we'll decide whether any additional is needed. Go, Maxine.
Thank you. I've listened to the debate really carefully and have now been able to really form an opinion. It seemed to me through question time that there was some uncertainty about what we did have as available to us as for emergency services. And so some kind of paper audit, inspection, advice from staff about how best to support a community should there be an emergency event would be wise. We can then plan for what is needed around the other parts of the city. In terms of this motion, I'm happy to support it, but would like to see that further investigation. Kia ora.
Thank you. Right of reply, Emma.
I'd just like to start by thanking my colleagues for their support and their kind comments. I'll walk out to lunch with a larger head than I walked in with. But really all the credit does go out to Calvin and the Civil Defence team for their amazing advocacy and support in this area, and it was remiss of me not to acknowledge it in my first debate. But I do agree with the Deputy Mayor that we can't assume that Claudelands is exempt from being affected in an emergency. However, I don't agree that that's an excuse to not improve the resilience for our current facilities, and I'll be embracing this opportunity to improve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
And just because I do want to, can you help me out here? Because I do want to capture a couple of elements. Maxine started to speak to them, as did Angela. Just want to capture some actions. Happy to take them as notes or to make a motion, because I want to capture that we have a update of the resilience of all our civil defence emergency sites.
Have a staff action for the next civil defence update?
I would like to put
the
it through
next
risk and
committee,
audit. We've had some workshops prior, not everybody goes to those, but risk and audit's a great place to put them through. Can you please include portable generation as something I'd like to know more about? Thank you. And I'll leave it there. And I'll let us go to lunch. Because sorry.
Question. Are we going to be able to see an update in terms of financial modelling
Yes.
with maybe some different rate scenarios or something, just to give us some view? Well, no. Is there any way we can get some kind of view of where we're at?
We'll get as close as we can.
No?
We're going to take...
Right.
What you've done so far, it's kind of marginal. It's real marginal.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Some of the bigger decisions you've still got to go. We will definitely do one by the end of tonight, once we finish today's ones, to see what's left.
My intention is to make sure that when we get, Sarah, my intention is to make sure that when we get to that point in time, we have a sufficient, big enough break for the modelling to occur and for us to all understand it. At the moment, I think we'll take an hour and 5 minutes. Is that enough for you? Staff, is that enough? An hour and 5 minutes? Be back at 2 o'clock. Everybody happy? Hope you all got some chance to either get some fresh air or refreshment, or preferably both. Just give me 1 second to get my password in again. That's right. Oh, no, that's not my password. I made that up. Sorry, just hang on, trying to get into a diligent. Okay, page please, Amy. Right, cool. So that's where we're at, which is on page what? Sorry, just put me there. What page is this this motion on, please? Just trying to find it. Where is it, Amy? It's on page 130. 1 second. I quite like the iPad, and then again sometimes I don't. All right, thank you. It's on page 113. It's about the community infrastructure targeted rate, and we have moved that we don't proceed with it. We'll go into any discussions about that, or any proposed amendments need to come forward now so that we know what we're dealing with. Anybody? Any questions? No? Okay, we'll go to the debate, and to be honest, I don't want to say very much about it. It wasn't... If you added up the amount of times of interruptions, it'd be just as long. What I was going to say is it clearly wasn't supported in this long-term plan through the submission, so we have to rethink how we tackle our community area work. Go to the vote if nobody else wants to debate. Doo-doop, doo-doop, doo-doop. Kia ora moko. To not proceed.
Option 3.
Well, because we proposed that it be included, and so we're proposing now that it's not.
Sarah? And the motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And that brings us to the next one, which is the community resilience and extreme weather targeted rate, which we've also voted not to proceed with at this point in time. Discussion, questions, please. Potential amendments, whatever else. Nope, being none, we'll go to the debate, and I will just say the same as I said before. This was nothing. This new way of rating was not supported by the public at this time. Go back to the thinking board on that one. We'll go to the vote. Kia ora moko, you got that one? Yep, thank you.
Sorry, we'll just reset that one.
Just resetting, sorry.
Councillor Louise. The motion is carried unanimously.
That brings us on to the pool inspections targeted rate. Why? I was going to crack a Donovan joke then and go, why not? But then that's better of it. Yeah, thank you. At least somebody got it. Okay, where is it, please? Just coming. So we're approving the option 1. Is there any discussion or question of staff or the movers or any amendments? If they're not, I'll go to debate. Just to say this was largely supported by feedback and a more efficient way of doing it, so we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Community funding, can we get that one up, please? And we have moved to reinstate the community funding, including tourism and event funding, as detailed in the staff report. I'm sure there will be some questions about this or discussion, maybe. In addition, thank you. In addition, I had some others that weren't staff reports, which was around exploring overflow parking at the zoo, utilising Lake Waiwhakaheriki heritage land up at the top somewhere. I'll just speak to that one so you understand what that was about. We've heard from the zoo director how successfully the zoo is going at the moment. It's a strong tourism asset and a strong domestic draw card as well. And they have, on some of their lovely weather weekends, turned away up to 200 people from the zoo. That's revenue we turn away when they can't park. So I'm asking that someone puts, and I know there'll be some reasons why maybe it can't happen, but I'm hoping somebody will apply some innovative thinking around some temporary car parking for overflow. And not all the staff are really happy with this, but that's how I feel about it. And then the gardens, we heard from the Hamilton Gardens in their submissions that they couldn't see themselves represented in the future plan. That didn't give future funders any confidence that we still had skin in the game and we were still going to invest in the future when we could, which is why I have noted that in the case of future operating surpluses, because we are instating that $20 a year fee, a portion of this, and I haven't been specific because it will all have to be modelled and determined in due course, right? Maybe reinstated in the development of the gardens in future years. That gives them some confidence that we're still invested politically in the next phase of garden development, though we can't commit to it at the moment. Does that make sense? Any questions of me or staff on those? Any of those? No? We'll go to
Yep. Confirmation that under the community funding, that is Hamilton Waikato tourism.
Yeah, sorry, it includes Hamilton Waikato tourism. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to the debate. I don't want to speak at length, but I do want to say something in this area. Having previously been the chair of finance, which of course is now Councillor Naidu-Rove's role. Community. What did I say? Oh, no, that's your job.
You're doing really well, Pippa.
I'm going to ignore all the rude jibes and go to the Pesh. It was previously my role, and now it's your role. But anyway, because of that, I have a really deep understanding of what's required by the community, and I know that they operate on the sniff of an oily rag, and they do so much for the dollars that we do and give them. And let's be clear that it's a very thin portion of the pie chart that goes out to community in the first place. And every time we're under pressure, it feels like they're the low-hanging fruit that we can snip off the tree. And then we leave them without resources. We heard from them in the submissions that if we cut the community funding, they go backwards because they too are experiencing the same pressures of cost increases as everyone else. I want to point out the community sector relies heavily on volunteers, and that we know that for every dollar that we invest, we get $3 back in volunteer time and resources. And we're very incredibly lucky to be part of a city where we have so many incredible volunteers. It was just Volunteer Recognition Week last week or the week before. And I do want to make that point because sometimes a little investment on our behalf goes a long way. And that's how I feel about this community funding being restated. And tourism and event funding is really important. Hamilton Tourism Waikato actually do a very good job. And we know from their quarterly and yearly reports, they're bringing millions of dollars of value into the city when they work with H3 and others to attract the biggest of events. And they did have a hand, for example, in attracting FIFA. Let's not forget we work in partnership with them. So happy to reinstate this. Anybody else care to debate? What? No. Go on. Kish.
I just wanted to not repeat what you've said, Mayor Paula, but also to thank the community groups for putting in their submissions. We got a very clear message from the community sector. A small cut in the grand scheme of things to the community funding pool has a dramatic effect on our volunteer sector and our community groups. Also welcome the chance to relook at the decisions we've made in terms of partnership agreements and that coming back to the grant subcommittee for a review. But no, I'm happy to support the reinstatement of that fund. And as for the overflow parking at the zoo, glad you've included that. You know, I've heard that we don't actually market or promote the zoo as much as we could because we don't have the capacity to park people. I mean, that's a really bad problem if we're trying to grow revenue from our visitor attractions. So I'm actually very open to how we solve that problem, whether it is a shuttle on peak days or whatever the team comes up with. I think we need to look at that more closely. Thank you.
Any further debate, anyone? No, I won't write a reply, tempted as I might be, I won't. Go to the vote. Thank you. Pardon?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, everybody. That brings us on to the next one, which is the Te Waka. No, isn't it? Why not?
Different. Sorry, there's a couple that slid in between.
There's a couple that slid in between. Which is next, please?
Te Papanui, it's just about to come
To
up.
Papanui. Okay. So there's a motion coming from councillors, I'm not sure who the mover and the seconder is, but Councillor Casey Cox and Councillor Naidu Rauf around Enderley to Papanui. What's next on this one? Do it after the Te Waka one. I'm just wondering about the order. Don't worry about it, we're not on that one at the moment. Here we go. Would you like to, sorry, am I looking at you, Councillor Casey Cox, would you like to explain the purposes or what you're trying to achieve with your motion around Te Papanui Enderley House?
Basically, this motion is to signal our commitment to the project in the long term. We had a number of submitters discussing this project. It has already been somewhat socialised with the community, so there is a level of expectation in the community around the delivery of this project. But we are in the times we're in, so we've put it back somewhat into year 8. And partly that's also, partly the idea is to have it in there for the collection of whatever DCs might be able to be attributed to it. We know that there's significant philanthropic interest in the project. It would be a shame to lose that support. And yeah, operationally, we have to do an assessment, but we haven't determined exactly when that will be done. We just noted that potentially could be considered after we've dealt with our waters more succinctly or properly. Yeah.
Thank you, that's very clear. Now we'll go some questions. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Of the mover, if I could. Just expand on where you think the potential costs will lie in the sense of OPEX. Could you paint a broader picture as to the overall cost of the project? What portion would be from philanthropic? What portion you expect, are you limiting our contribution? Just those first couple, if I could.
I might ask Helen to, because I know there's been a couple of ways of describing how that funding might come together. So, yeah.
The current option has been costed at around $12. That was $12 million. Sorry, that was a couple of years ago though. So we're probably looking at some escalation on that. There has been some indication of we were looking at probably a third, with providing Kāinga Ora could also find some way to assist council. So there's still a bit of work to do around the third party funding on that one.
So if you think it's $12 million, a third wouldn't be $6 million, that's a half.
Yeah, so that was just, so that's what I mean, there is a lot we don't know that we'll be able to do the third at this stage. It would depend on the Kāinga Ora development and their ability to come to provide some support in that area.
But if your motion is successful, you're baking in the $6 million?
Yeah, the half and then a half is, that would be the minimum that we'd try to find through external funding.
Yeah, because likely by year 8 it may not be 12 million. Is that part of the thinking as
Yeah,
well?
it is likely to be more around 15 unless we explore other options, but that will require some feasibility funding.
Right. And what is the OPEX costs likely to be?
Around 250.
So 250,000.
Oh, that's a one-off. The 250 is a one-off.
Oh, not ongoing, no. That's just for the costing, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the OPEX would be 250K in feasibility funding, one-off, yeah.
Okay, no further questions. Thanks.
Taylor.
Yeah, Paula, yeah, my questions were similar in terms of I was trying to work out what C meant, that the scale of the project will also depending on that level of development and population growth. Does C kind of mean that we're putting 6 in but we don't know if 6 will be needed? That we're unsure of the actual figure?
No, that was more in relation to the potential development in that area. Like, we don't know what KO's contribution is going to be yet. So the scale of what's required for Te Papanui will depend on what kind of development happens in around there.
Okay. Can I just ask, this may be for Helen, what sort of work do we normally put in when we're coming up with a proposal to redevelop a community centre? Does this normally come through the community committee in a kind of process, and then we get something a bit more finely tuned? Has that work been done, or are we sort of?
Yeah, we've done some preliminary work and that was through the community committee. So we've done some business case work. We've worked with Te Papanui Inderly to look at what what's needed and what's required there, but we haven't yet got to concept planning stage or preliminary design. And potentially need to look at a little bit more optioneering around cost effectiveness of build.
Okay, and do we have any commitment from Kāinga Ora, particularly given the review they've recently been through, that they would be providing any funding for this?
They have to go through a whole process themselves. So as you're aware, they're currently exploring their level of development in the area, and they'd have to go through the process around DCs and potentially financial contributions, but also internally around how they might be able to support that project as well. But they're not able to make a commitment other than that they do support it because of the potentially intensive housing development that might go into the area, that this would be aligned with what they're doing there.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Done, Councillor Taylor. Thank you, Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Actually, Councillor Ewan asked my first question, and Councillor Jeff has just asked part of my second. But just carrying on from that, and I'm sorry, Helen, that I've got my back to you, but this is probably for you, just to ensure that we are even-handed in the way we're deciding across the city. Can you give us an idea of precedents as far as this level of investment, as to how that would compare with other community centres throughout the city in recent times, please? If there is any comparison to be made?
In recent times, so many years ago, we did used to have a community, a capital fund actually for community housing, and then so we haven't invested for probably many years, but most recently we've invested in Pukete Neighbourhood House, which you'll be aware of, and there is some requests that have come out of the southwest. And we understand that would be a potential need in the future. If we were to look at that, we'd want to look at that in light of the growth that's happening out there, and also alongside what's happening at the school and the need for indoor recreation centre. So that's kind of something a bit more future. But Enderley, we've been working with for a couple of years on this now. So, yeah.
Right, and I suppose if I may, I was asking about the precedent as far as council investment, but do you have any knowledge of precedent in terms of the philanthropic trusts?
Locally, we do have some commitment from Trust Waikato, and they're happy for us to say that in this forum. That's the most commitment we've got at this stage.
Yep. You'd be fairly confident, therefore, that it would be all a viable project.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's it. That's it. Okay. Thank you. Questions have all been done, so we will go to the debate. Councillor Casey Cox.
I pretty much said my debate in my introduction, but this project is significant in our community. It's significant for the Enderley Fairfield community, which is undergoing a huge amount of change in terms of not only housing development, but all of the health infrastructure building that's been going on there as well. So it does make sense that this project happens and supports the community adequately, particularly as the population is likely to increase there too. But as I said in the introduction, it's not, we do need to be careful about our finances, so that's why we've assessed this to be best placed later, and also for the OPEX funding to be considered as all these moving parts change over the next 3 or 4 years with waters, etc. So we did hear from our submitters that it's really important. We've got community centres throughout the city, and this Te Papanui Enderley has been pegged as the next cab off the rank, I guess you could say, following Pukete Community House, and purpose-built facilities for our community are the best because they are built on the needs of the community and respond to those. So that's what this project is about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Moko.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. No one would dispute the hard work and the positive work community houses do across the city. We have recently just invested $6 million in Puketi in Hamilton East, and that was a significant amount of money. The reality is we are facing a significant financial crisis. And one of the problems that I have with the motion in front of me is it's repeating the behaviour that council does so often. It's poorly formed. So we don't know the amounts accurately. We say that it could be a third, but we're asking for half the funding. We're not quite sure about the philanthropic, and so it's as though we keep putting the cart in front of the horse. And of course, the danger with doing this is, in light of the bridge that we've had to say no to recently and all the other financial challenges that we're facing, we are now reallocating resources we don't have. We're spending resources we don't have on a project that, although is important, but we have half the city that's closed down for growth. We can't connect water. We're facing a $2 billion deficit at the end of the LTP. Our daily interest payments will be $300,000 a day to service the debt. And so we have to just borrow more? No, this is the time to say, actually, we're taking a breath. We're not putting this in year 6 because the quantums are unformed and not accurate. And more importantly, we can't afford it.
Councillor Moko.
Te Papanui has been one of those communities that has been shortchanged of council support for many, many years. We've heard this from them over this tenure since I've been in council anyway. I note Mark Rawson's comments during the submission during the hearings, and the growth that is going to be taking place in that particular community. So I acknowledge the commentary made by my fellow councillor, Councillor Wilson. And that said, I am stuck. I am a little bit sort of unsure as to which way I need to go on this particular item. That said, I think it'll be remiss of this council not to show some level of support to that particular community in Te Papanui. I think we have invested many years of getting our case right, and while we are maybe still short of some information, I'm probably reluctantly supporting this particular motion. So I'll leave it there for now.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Anna, thank you for this, and I can see you're passionate about it, and I know what it's like to put something up and feel passionately about it and have it knocked back, and it's not much fun, so I get it. But I appreciate you putting it up. I personally think it's premature for this LTP. I'm unconvinced about the work that's gone into it so far. It feels vague to me, and I don't know if I have faith at this stage about that we know exactly what needs to be done, how much it will cost, and who will be supporting it and paying for it. I just don't feel like we've quite got those ducks in a row yet, and it does feel to me like cart before the horse. It feels like this needs to go through work in the community division and a business case and kind of be stacked up before it comes back to the LTP to me. And it does feel to me like plucking a figure out of the air a little bit and inserting it into the later years of the LTP, and I understand the reasons that it's been done. But personally, there's been some hard decisions made, and personally I'm feeling there's been a really hard decision made today, and this feels a bit to me like a dagger to the heart, because it's after that decision's been made, we're kind of plugging the gap in the later years of the LTP with another large figure. So I can't support this, and I appreciate you bringing it up, and I think it'll go through the process that it needs to go to and come back to a future LTP is how I see it. But I certainly won't be supporting it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidoo-Rowe.
Thank you. So the Te Papanui Community Trust came in here during their submissions, and the first line they said was, our community is the most deprived in Hamilton and the third most deprived in New Zealand. And that would not have been easy for them to say. It's not something it's not something to be proud of. And putting this in here, I just want to say thank you to Anna for her courage in doing this, especially at the stage of our conversations. First, it indicates Council's commitment in the long term, and second, it actually allows Council to start collecting DCs should development go ahead in that area, and that's the primary reason why I'll be supporting it. We've heard about the intensification in Fairfield Enderley, and there's no DCs that can be allocated to this project unless it's actually in the LTP. The reason it's in year 8 is because it has no immediate or short-term effect on our debt to revenue ratios or our rates. But it needs to be in there to actually collect DCs and have that contribution from Kainga Ora or from other developers. That's purely just a common sense decision for me. In terms of not knowing the costs or the contributions from other parties, all of that will come. This is 8 years away. So it's going to come back a few more LTPs for this to be debated again. But the way I see it is we're prioritizing housing. And if Enderley Fairfield is marked for high density development, can you imagine an extra 3,000 houses going in that area without supporting the current community there? That will be irresponsible of this council. We owe it to that area, and we owe it to that community to show that we do care. Not right now, it's there in the long term, but we're indicating that we are committed to seeing this be a successful development.
Thank you. Councillor Donovan.
Mayor Paula, look, up front, I can't support the motion today. I think that there's just a little bit too much. I respect the passion that you have for the project, and I'm all for community in some way, shape or form as well, but I really think there's just a little bit too much looseness in there, and I would echo Councillor Jeff's comments around bringing it back in a LTP amendment for next year, especially when we know that there might be some changes with water coming up, and there could be slightly more funding around at that stage. So hence my reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. As others have said, I too want to endorse the work that community houses do and the service they provide within our communities. I think they're all great, and I've been able to visit many of them quite regularly over the last few years. No council can really bind a future council, and of course we're looking some way out into the distance here. My concern with the motion is locking in a figure of 6 million. In principle, I would definitely like this council to show support for the project at a time when our fiscal position is better. But to lock in a figure of 6 million, which we don't have, and Councillor Ewan gave some pretty compelling figures before, when you think of a 300,000 debt repayment per day, we need to bear that figure in mind, and to lock that in at the moment when we have no project to look at, we have no budget to consider, we have no firm indication of what other support might be available, strikes me as being fiscally imprudent at a time when we have to be more prudent than ever before. So if the motion had been amended perhaps in some way either to put in a lower level of commitment pending a budget, I would support it. But I'm afraid the way it is worded at the moment, I won't be.
Councillor Bitter.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. This project needs to happen. It needs to happen within 10 years, but we haven't made the savings that will allow it to happen. I can't support it at the moment, but I want to dangle the carrot that if we make the savings, then I would love to come back and support it.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just scribbling my own thoughts down. Oh, sorry, go then, yeah.
Thank you. Firstly, there has already been some feasibility work done, I understand, by the community, by the Te Papanui Enderley Community House in regard to the quantum that they're looking at. And I also understand that there's been a strong indication of support from some philanthropic funders. And putting this in the later years of the LTP allows us to collect development contributions at a time when we could potentially, over the next few years, dependent on infrastructure funding and other things, see significant development in the area. So if we don't have it in the LTP, then we miss out on receiving that development contribution revenue. And I don't think that being unsure about a figure right now is a reason not to fund this, because often estimates are quite high level for infrastructure when it's further out in later years. And so we're looking at a community that has been underinvested in, and I think that this council has an opportunity to look at equitable funding across the city, and this is one opportunity to achieve that. So I will be supporting this. Going ahead. Thank you.
Councillor Van Ooston.
Thank you. Thank you to Anna and to Kesh for raising this. It really shows that you're listening to your community, that you're connected with the community houses, and you understand the needs that are out there in that community. We also heard from Kāinga Ora, who have asked us for this consideration. They are willing to put funding into the community house, and they are committed to redeveloping that area when there's time to be able to do it. Year 8 gives us the opportunity to not just look at today's gloomy prospects, but to look beyond that. And we all know that we're, quite deeply in the dip, but that in 5, 7, 8 years' time, that dip rises, and we know that, and that we cannot be making decisions just on today's gloomy outlook. We have to have some vision for our city, we have to have some hope for our communities, and this is one community that absolutely deserves it. I'll be supporting Anna and Kesh's motion. Kia ora.
Thank you. I'll also speak in support of the motion and 100% endorse what Councillor Kesh said. When I became mayor, though, I made it quite clear that I wanted some of our older areas of the city to receive the same love and attention. And it's not all about greenfields. It's not all about investing in green fields. It's about investing in communities. If we don't support this, then the community goes on the back burner again. And I say again because I've seen it go on the back burner again. Fairfield, Enderley have been on the back burner for too long. I've made it clear to staff that we need to reprioritise the water investment so that we can get cracking on with Kāinga Ora's aspirations, which are beyond social housing. They're about affordable housing and a mixed typology of housing. But 70% of the area is owned by other developers who also have this unique and rich opportunity to go off the back of the development of the community centre of Te Kohau Health and shops in the area that are beginning to revitalise and actually lift this up. And wouldn't you feel proud if we were able to take one of our older suburbs and turn it into somewhere truly special and thriving? This is a signal that in outer years, we still have them in mind. And that enables, as Anna has said, it enables the philanthropics to have confidence that we are not putting this on the back burner forever, and enables developers to think, yes, this is an area of great opportunity, we're all ready to go. So, and that's me speaking about the opportunities, not the people, which Kesh spoke so passionately about. We're talking about not only economic outcomes, but social outcomes for people. Social outcomes that they richly deserve. And not all parts of the areas are the same. And I've often referred to the shiny north, which is a lovely part of our city. But let's do something for people who are not living in the shiny north. Thank you. Let's go to the vote. Thank you.
The motion is carried, 8 for, 6 against.
Okie doke. Are we at Te Waka?
Cat desexing.
Are we at cat desexing?
Cat desexing.
Okay, let's have it up. Yes, please. Is it up yet?
As the chamber may note, whenever Amy puts it on the board, that I've made significant compromises with this motion. It shows my colleague's ability to twist my arm. So initially this was 100K. Arm has been twisted to 50K. Initially it was for the whole long-term plan. Arm has been twisted to 2 years. It is not new money. I'm proposing to take it from the Te Waka funding, and also proposing to lobby both regional council to take up this responsibility, and for us to lobby central government on national CAT legislation framework. The arm is basically backwards for how much it has been twisted. Yeah. Do I have any questions of the motion?
Probably. Hang on. Have you got a seconder?
Yes.
Yep. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Any questions? Councillor McIndoe.
Well, Councillor Louise, I commend what you're trying to do here. Can you, and you may or may not have this information, but can you give us a bit of an idea of the recent history of philanthropic trusts within our region and their support for this type of initiative? Because I imagine it would be, if you'll pardon the pun, quite sexy to them. And I'm just interested to know.
I saw Helen leaning towards her mic. I know that there's I believe that there's 4 organisations that we look to fund through this.
Yes.
Who take up this funding, but the criteria is extremely specific for this fund. It is not for anyone's pet cat. It is only for feral or stray cats.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
So it is only for organisations who will literally be doing that work, and it is for the actual costs of desexing. It is not for operational costs for those charities.
Yeah, so no, I appreciate that. That's why I was asking about philanthropic trusts.
Do you mean other organisations contributing to this funding?
How they might help fund the initiative, because I don't think anyone's going to argue that the initiative is needed.
No, I'm not aware of any other philanthropic organisations looking to fund this work. This was debated at the last annual plan, with the fund again reduced from 100,000 to 50,000, and I'm not aware of any philanthropic organisations who met that difference.
Right. This second question I have, and again, I'm sorry, I'm not meaning to throw difficult questions at you, but I'm just wondering if you have any information that might assist us about recent history of initiatives of this type and how a certain level of funding has resulted in a level of reduction in all the sort of things that go wrong, with feral cats really being an absolute menace for other native fauna.
So there are a number of other councils, I think it's about between 8 to 12 off the top of my head, who have bylaws in place around desexing and microchipping, but it is very difficult to enforce that, and as it's a bylaw, I understand that other councils would be funding that through their operational budgets through like animal control. But basically the biggest problem with this is that in order to really know whose cat this is, when a cat, maybe a not very well looked after looking cat might turn up, the fact that they're not microchipped is a massive problem. And so it becomes so much easier with a national legislation framework that would require cats to be microchipped, because then you could say, oh, this is a feral cat, it's not microchipped, we'll desex it, you know, go for gold. At this stage, it's just so much messier for us to require people to like mandate the microchipping. We need the national framework really to enable us to do that.
And my third question, Mayor Paula, if I may, I appreciate that you're looking for a compromise here and acknowledge that. What do you think the impact of a reduction from 100,000 to 50,000 would be in practical terms?
I mean, it'd be literally half the amount of cats that would be desexed.
You think it is as simple as that?
Yeah.
Because it might be different from that depending on people, power, getting out to do the job and all the rest of it, but you think it'll just be a direct 50% reduction?
It is, I guess my interpretation of that is because it is for like literally paying the vet to literally desex it.
Okay, so that's the way it's got to be. Thank you.
That's okay.
Councillor Bidder?
Councillor Louise, what is the cost per cat for desexing?
I must admit, I'm not an expert in the
Just the
cost per
roughly,
cat.
Yeah. So do we have any idea how many cats per year $50,000 would get us for desexing?
I'm not sure if that's a number that we have on file or not. They're just looking it up.
Right. Yeah.
I'm not sure I can answer your question directly, except to say when we were receiving $100,000 a year, that was about 1,600 cat desexings. That gives you an indication.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Hart, I heard one of your sentences and I just want clarification. So the cats that are being desexed are pet cats?
No.
Or they are feral cats?
Feral or stray.
Right.
So if you own a cat, that's your job to get it desexed. This is only for feral or strays.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okey-doke. No more questions. We'll go to the debate. Oh, sorry, half a sec. One question. Would you consider pulling this back for 1 year, to 1 year, and pushing on the regional council to take up their responsibility sooner?
I guess I'm sceptical that this fund was introduced during Mayor King's term, and I'm sure that the suggestion that regional council should take up this work was probably right at the start.
It didn't happen, actually.
Sorry?
It didn't happen. He didn't make the suggestion to regional council.
No, but I guess I mean that we have in the past, the suggestion has come up and it's not happened until now, so I'm sceptical that it will.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Debate.
Cool. As the mover of the motion, I would hate to reread you my speech from the annual plan, which I thought this was going to fail miserably and ended with unanimous support. So we could have a chance to be optimistic, but basically the math is as simple as this. Cats can become pregnant as early as 4 months old. Cats can have a litter between 1 and 9 cats and can be pregnant up to 5 times a year. You do the math. This would create an exponential growth of feral and stray cats. In 2010 in Oakuni, one cat killed 107 peka in 1 week. I feel that this undermines the work of our local group Tui 2000, which was established in the year 1989, before I was born, in order to reintroduce Tui into the city. And I don't need to describe to you in great detail what these feral cats are going to do to these Tuis. In a study reviewing 16 years of native wildlife admissions to 3 wildlife hospitals in Aotearoa, 639 animals were admitted due to cat attacks and only 38% of them came out alive. Desexing also reduced or eliminated roaming, fighting and spraying in 80 to 90% of cats from a 1984 study. This is only for feral and K-strats. This is not to subsidise domestic cat owners doing their duty. This is only for actual desexing cost. I've compromised so much on this. I'm really, really trying. The Nature in the City budget while it has not been slashed as much as it could have, it has already faced significant cuts. This is about biodiversity. I don't want to be here advocating for cat desexing, but really ultimately this has come down to the facts of the nature, and I would love for Regional Council to take this up, but let's not make this cat problem exponentially worse in the meantime.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. First of all, can I absolutely acknowledge that you're trying? Can I also acknowledge that really the cheese has fallen off the cracker? Here we are at a time when we're saying goodbye to bridges and we're potentially projecting a rate increase of double figures, and we're facing a $2 billion debt over 10 years, and we're struggling to do the things that our ratepayers expect, and we're suggesting we're going to get into the business of desexing stray cats. I mean, one would imagine if we've captured a stray cat and it's a stray cat, then desexing shouldn't be the option. It should be euthanized. I mean, why on earth would we be desexing a stray cat to put back, or a feral cat, to put back?
Because the cats that are desexed, don't go back out into the wild, they're rehomed.
Okay, so they're rehomed. We'll take that point on board.
But feral cats? So what are we doing with the feral cat?
So the fund is only for cats that will be rehomed.
So once they're desexed, they're rehomed, is what she's saying.
So we're rehoming feral cats?
That's the condition of the fund. And we can't, if you're suggesting we do anything else with the cats, we can't do it unless we have a next.
Louise, we've answered the question. The question is, the correction was they're rehomed. I'm sorry, if you've lost any time, we'll give it back to you. Off you go.
Just seriously, colleagues, it just seems astonishing to me when we have decided to, even under the Mayor's current motion where we're making additional redundancies, we've just gone through a future fit, we've made people redundant, we've cancelled significant budgets, we've now decided to take it, to continue this responsibility of desexing feral and stray cats. Am I the only one in the chamber that is beginning to think that this is just madness? That when we're facing both the level of debt, the staff we've laid off, that it's okay, it's just okay. We're still in the business of desexing feral cats. Sorry about your job loss, but we really prioritise desexing feral cats.
Thank you. Councillor Bidder.
Councillor Donovan on the Dog Control Committee could probably recommend a few strays that can chase the cats away. The advantage of this is that we'll be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Debate, Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I am supporting this motion primarily because it fits in so well with our commitment to.
Some people may have been amused by your
Wow.
joke, but yes, let's respect the debate, please. Sorry, Anna. Please start this time again because I don't.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I will be supporting this because I see it as fitting in very neatly with our Nature in the City commitments. In terms of our Indigenous wildlife, it's Councillor Hutt referred to, and you know it is under threat, and we know that at a national, regional and local level that our Indigenous biodiversity is under considerable threat. And this initiative, basically, no one else is doing this work. Somebody has to, and I'm proud that our council does do this work. It's an interim measure while we advocate, as the motion suggests, to the national government for legislation that will actually make the difference in this space. So in the meantime, and I think Councillor Hutt's been very good at compromising this, recognising that it isn't the solution to the problem, but it's something that we can do now that makes a real difference. And we've gone from 1,600 cats to 800, which is a worry because there's 800 cats more. That's kind of a scary idea. It's a lot more potential birds killed. So I wholeheartedly support this. I don't think it's a fiscally stupid idea. I think it's a really good idea. What we don't do so often is consider the cost in a broader sense. The cost of losing our wildlife is huge. And 800 cats, as Councillor Hutt said, can do a huge amount of damage, and that's very costly. Thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
When young people, and the young person next to me, are passionate about something, I tend to listen because they're the generation that will inherit the decisions that we make, quite frankly. So I want to commend Councillor Hutt for her passion and for her consistency and for her drive. I don't like cats. I am a dog person. But I like and respect the colleague sitting next to me. While some members around the table were debating, I jumped on the DOC website and I watched a cat devour a whole lot of baby bird eggs. And I read through DOC's website and they talk about the impact on wildlife, which Councillor Hutt has talked about. They talk about the frustration with the government and with the lack of controls, which Councillor Hutt has talked about and included in her motion. I have not supported this motion before, even when Councillor Bunting, former Councillor Bunting, brought it up. And he was as passionate as Councillor Hutt was. And he came and sat in this chamber not so long ago. And he tried to eyeball Councillor Taylor, his very good friend, and say, you will vote for this, Councillor Taylor. And up to an hour or so ago, he was going to. But more than anything else, this is important to our biodiversity. As Councillor Hutt has said, it is important to her. She represents a generation of people in our city that are extremely important to me and should be important to everyone in this chamber. And she found the budget. She found the money. So your debate got me over the line. Well done. I'm supporting it. Plus, also, there's an out clause in 2 years. Thanks.
Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I want to acknowledge the vigorous advocacy of Councillor Louise in this and just draw our thoughts, because the comment has been made about core business and what our ratepayers expect. Our ratepayers expect, if you think about the problems we have with dogs in our community, that council will respond, that council will round up stray dogs if necessary, dispose of them. I actually do see a strong parallel between that and what Councillor Louise is putting forward here. Yes, I hear what Councillor Ewan was arguing, and I absolutely endorse the comments that he's making, but I also think this is a time for us to be thinking about the catastrophic impact on our wildlife.
That's good.
Thank you. On our wildlife, I'll try to think of a dog one as well. I wasn't meaning to be flippant there, because it is a serious problem, and the figures that Councillor Louise gave us of just the impact in a very short space of time are sobering. We all want to protect our native wildlife. We are a wonderfully blessed country for that, and yet feral cats, stray cats, stoats, weasels, possums, you name it, a whole lot of other things. We can't desex the lot, but we do what we can to eliminate the other pests. Here is a way of doing something quite significant in our area for our wildlife. So I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Pike.
I'll be quite brief, but I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the partnership here of Councillor Hart and Councillor Taylor. Not a partnership you see often, but I think it signals when there's a strong need for something and good intent that we can reach compromise. I like Councillor Tim and Councillor Louise have pointed out the devastation that cats can cause when their feral is just exponentially grows, and I think it's important to react, and I am thankful of Councillor Ewan and his constant reminder of our fiscal responsibility, but I think this may be a compromise here that we can live with for the next year or two. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
I just wanted to comment that I'm just astounded at how this fund keeps surviving. Because it gets put, I think since I've been on council, it's been put up at basically every budget and it keeps on limping through. So well done for the very good and well-informed, probably the most detailed and full of statistics debate that we've heard for a long time.
Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Perhaps, Councillor Thompson, this fund might have 9 lives. Who knows which one we're up to, but yeah. Well, wait, there's more. No, I commend you, Councillor Hutt, on your advocacy and passion for wanting to see this through. It's admirable, and I think I will be supporting it. I'm feeling that way. As I hear Councillor Ewan purr in support of my change in position. Look, I won't say any more because I'll probably get myself in trouble, but yeah, that's all.
It is true. It is true sometimes that you can. But, gosh, I'm going to speak now. This has been a very hard one for me because I set off saying, no way, it's not core business, and it's not core business. It's not really our core business because biodiversity primarily, but not exclusively, sits with the Regional Council, and I've been saying for many years, in fact, in the lead up to this long-term plan, I suggested we might want to make a submission to the Regional Council to do their job and look after the feral cats. Having said that, Louise has done a good job of identifying a way of doing it in the short term that isn't too damaging to our budget. By way of a windfall, actually, with Te Waka. I will say cats are very damaging to our environment, probably the #1 pest. They also suffer dreadfully with so many diseases. If you've seen some of these feral cats, it's really very sad, even if you're not, and I'm not a massive cat person either. It's just horrible to see. And I know that when they get these cats who cannot be rehoused because their diseases are so far gone, that they are in fact euthanised. Thank goodness for that, because it puts them out of their suffering. I'm going to support it. I did try, Louise, to persuade you to make it for 1 year while we did the work with Regional Council, and that was my preference, my strong preference. But, you know, we've got annual plans and all sorts of bridges to cross before we get to year 3. So who knows? And I will be having those conversations. In fact, you and I had that conversation with Professor Bruce Clarkson on Saturday when we asked him directly, why are you not doing it? And he said, that's a really good question. Write to me and I'll discuss it with my council. So, well, no, because it was Saturday, Ewan. We're talking to him on Saturday. And I had the rest of the weekend. I had a Sunday off. It's unbelievable. Anyway, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Oh, you may, in fact, of course.
Own a cat. I will most likely never own a cat because my partner is dangerously allergic, and I mean dangerously, and his complaining about being allergic is dangerous to my mental health. But ultimately, you know, I see so many posts in our local Facebook groups when cats are run over and how distressing that is for humans. I think about the impact that this has, you know, on our native wildlife, but, you know, I don't want to be advocating for this every time. I had hoped that by putting in the funding for 2 years, I would save you all from talking about it next annual plan. You're welcome. But, you know, ultimately, I do actually agree with Councillor Wilson. You know, if we put in a national framework, that would give us powers to actually address this in more substantial ways, but we need to be enabled to do that. This is, I hope, only an interim measure, and I hope one day, maybe the next long-term plan, that I will not have to fight for this because we will have other things in place. So thank you all very, very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the vote.
The motion is carried 12-4, 2 against.
Okay, let's go on to Te Waka, everyone. Excuse me, guys. Te Waka. I'm just trying to make the day go, you know, speedily. Te Waka, please. Te Waka. I've moved, Angela's seconded. Of course, that gets adjusted now because, thank you. I have got some things to say on that, but if there's any questions or concerns? Nope. We'll go to debate. Can I just say very shortly in debate that Chair Pamela Story did a really excellent piece on LinkedIn, opinion piece on why it's very disappointing to see Te Waka go, but that we can't wring our hands in despair and need to look at the other resources we have around the region and Hamilton to push for economic development. And we're very fortunate, and I'll just drop this in here, that we do have economic development staff that have been sitting alongside Te Waka and Cultivate IT and a whole bunch of other people who have done great work. So we're not, it's disappointing to be now one of the major cities without a regional economic development agency. It really is. Actually, I was at the forefront of pushing for it to be established in the first place under regional council, but there it is. We will continue to strive to deliver economic development as best we can in our region. All right, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I mean, I guess I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge Fiona for all the amazing work she did at Te Waka and the importance that Te Waka played in regional economic development. I'm horrified at the fact that we're replacing investing in Te Waka and regional economic development into the area of desexing feral cats. It will go down as one of the many ironies, a life's mystery, how in local government we can go from not ending up funding regional development, but we're funding feral cats and desexing them.
Thank you. Just to write a reply on that, I'd like to do some analysis on the economic benefits of desexing, but it does have benefits to the community. We won't go there. Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, it's like the world according to go up today. Okay.
The motion is carried, noting that councillor Wilson is dissenting.
Okay, where am I now? Where am I? Can you point me to the right page, please? It's not got a page? Okay, it's not got a page. Put the parking, central parking. One. That helps. Okay, I can't see it yet, can I? There we can. All right. This has been, we've moved this, and Deputy Mayor, we've moved and seconded this, and you would...
Mayor Polly, just as we're now covering the central city, would it be a helpful time for us to sort of confirm in the open part of the meeting what was decided in PX?
Yes, can I just explain what I'm doing with the other parking elements, just in terms of putting it on the table, what that means, and then you go there, is that all right? Yep. Thank you. You'll see that D&E are additions, and that we would like to introduce 1 hour free parking through to, is that the right date? Yes. July, yeah, to July 2027, while we introduce the demand responsive parking.
You just said 27.
1st of July 2027. It's in.
You've got to be kidding me.
Why? There was no other motion.
It was supposed to be for a year.
Well, it's.
Yeah, it's carrying on until 2027.
Right, okay. I just didn't realise that they changed it.
That's why I'm mentioning it now, to clarify what it is. Okay, James. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is just an update on what was decided in the public excluded part of the meeting earlier. And so this is in line with feedback during the consultation period. Council resolved not to proceed at this time with the walking and cycling bridge in the central city, and instead to seek to reprioritise IAF funding to cover the currently non-IAF funded water mains infrastructure. That variation of the IF requirement would require, will require a ministerial decision, which will take several weeks to process. In the meantime, Council has resolved, for the purposes of financial modelling, to update the LTP budget based on the decision that they've made today. That means extra debt to revenue headroom in year 1 and from year 5, but slightly less room in the years in between because of the different points at which we'll receive revenue from the IAF. Once we've gone through all of the motions, we're able to circle back to exactly where that leaves us in terms of our finances and different options around rates.
Thank you.
Just a couple of procedural issues. Can we take this line by line? Because...
yeah, we can take it in parts.
And I have a series of questions, if I could, of staff over the parking.
Okay,
because this wasn't what was in my document as of last night, and clearly you've got the right to do what you've done, but I now have some questions.
Let's get to the questions, absolutely. So you're first up for questions?
Yeah, thanks. Could staff now tell me the financial ramifications of this in terms of forgoing revenue through to July 2027, because it was supposed to be stopping in July 2025. So the extra 2 years.
Thank you. Tanya, are you able to take that one?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. So, based on the 1 hour free, the change in revenue, is approximately between year 1 and year 2, $1.3 million
Okay, but this is for 2 years, so is it 1.3
per year.
per year? So 2.6 million
Yes.
in lost revenue.
Yes.
And that's in addition to the 13 million that this 7-month trial was supposed to have started to cost us back in 2017.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry,
over that period of time, yes.
Yeah, the 6-month trial that's gone on for 7 years, yeah.
Questions?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else got questions? No? Don't think so. Let's go.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, thanks. Q?
Thank you. Can I ask I feel like I've missed something somehow. Can I ask the mover? I'd got my head around extending it to August 25, I think, or July 25. And can I ask the mover what's behind the decision to extend another couple of years?
This because we were negotiating this amongst ourselves. But basically it's... huh? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, but you based your original one, which we saw last night, to 2025, and I just wanted to understand the change today. Not that I'm anti it or anything, I'm just trying to understand the
basically,
formula for it.
It was a number of things. We've been talking, as everyone does, amongst ourselves and our colleagues, everyone who's wanted to have a conversation about this to see where it sits and understand it. It is off the back of the submissions from the CBD. It is about two things. It's first about giving them a phase-in that they can relate to. It's now enabling the work to do around the demand-responsive parking so that we have a full suite of data. And it's also about, the rest sits with the bid. So it's around that, being able to get a better understanding of demand-responsive and then tailor future solutions to the right areas.
About the technology, having that bedded in, the theatre opening, the bid remission, and trying to align everything up for the CBD to,
Good point. I was going to talk about the bid, but then
accept the changes over time, which again was based back on HCBA submission. Main submission point was timing of everything.
Cool. Any question? Councillor Pike.
Yeah, just to clarify that on HCB submission, I thought their request was that it would be a 12-month delay. I thought, is that...
Sorry? That was based on the proposal that we consulted on. We indicated that in our consultation document. So they were submitting on that. Is that what you mean?
I understood from Vanessa's submission that they were requesting a 12-month delay on the parking, not anything beyond that.
That was one of their suggestions. They had a raft of suggestions to enable the CBD to get through this period of time, and they were all interwoven as the way I read them.
Yeah.
But also, that was the full amount. That was the 2-hour free parking for an extra year. We're doing 1 hour free parking.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Sure, that's absolutely fine. Any other questions? Ewan, you have an amendment?
Yeah, that 1 hour free parking from the 1st of July this year through to the end of June 2026.
That's 1 year shy of the 27 that we have
Correct.
on.
So a loss of just the 1.3 million in revenue rather than the 2.6. And I also had a question, but it was similar to my good colleague, Councillor Emma. You've said, both of you, both the Deputy Mayor and yourself have said the HCBA submission. The HCBA submission, you're agreeing they said to continue it till July 2025. So I'm a little confused how you're underpinning their submission to you going through to 2027. So can you just...
There was some additional reasons, I guess. It was taking into what we could offer the CBD to help revitalise them over a period of time. The rollout of the new technology, getting the data from the new technology, but also the ability to offset with the Three Waters and other things that we'd be able to make adjustments in outer years. Pretty much. Did I miss anything?
No, and look, their preferred status quo is 2 hours free parking to continue. And we heard that when we travelled around the LTP meetings, particularly the HCBA one, from all the businesses.
So Ewan, yours only
They were
difference is the year shorter.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, 26.
Cool. Is there any, I'm going to sneeze, any questions? If not, we'll go back to the recommendations. There you go. Sorry. Okay, we're going one by one, aren't we? So,
Is our motion, because Councillor Wilson, your amendment is the same as the motion except for less 1 year, eh? So there's nothing else in our motion.
That's different.
Can we have, can we swap can yours be the motion and ours be the amendment? Because if the motion fails, then we can support your amendment. Yeah. Yeah.
understood that? Hmm. Okay. Compromise, nothing new to me. There's a song, isn't there? So, yes, we're doing for the purposes of financial, I'm on the wrong page here. What page is this? What page am I on, Amy? Oh, it's not. Okay. For the purposes of financial modelling, approve an increase of the bid commercial rate differential, as you see there, to 100% from July 2024. And approves that 300,000 of that additional revenue be invested in streetscaping public amenity of the central city across years 1 and 2. It's fairly straightforward. Any questions about that?
Mayor Paula, could I just make a minor comment? Presumably for the purposes of financial modelling should apply to the whole thing, not just A.
Yep.
Thank you to my team who just pointed that out to me via text.
So any questions? Yeah, we'll do that. So we're doing A and B. A and B, and just to, if there are no questions, super speedy your debate because it doesn't need much. What this comes off the back of is we heard clearly from HCBA and Central City businesses that they needed some support in the revitalisation of the CBD at this particularly hard time, and we feel that that is warranted. They've been calling out for investment in amenity factors, whether that be seating, paving, rubbish bins and those kind of things for a very long time, and this would enable us to do some of the tidy up that's much needed in the CBD. End of debate. Councillor O'Leary.
I do want to speak to this one. I haven't debated a lot today, but it's been a point of frustration, particularly for those of us like Councillor Wilson and I who have been around in this chamber for a good decade, trying to get the CBD tidied up. We've heard this from previous associations, from actually the start of the bid association, which would have been around, I don't know, 12, 14, 15 years ago maybe, that we need to do better in this space. So this is a relatively easy way to do it. I also want to send a really clear message to staff that we need to do this in conjunction with HCBA because, as we know, contractors for a street piece of furniture will add on some zeros for us, and it might not be something we like or we design, and Councillor Taylor and Wilson have worked in this space with the CBD and been as frustrated as some of us are today for a really long time. So we're allocating some revenue, we're allocating a budget line. It has to be done right. It has to be done with HCBA and their input because they are the key stakeholder representing over 600 businesses in the CBD. And can I say, sometimes when we do it, and this is not a criticism of staff, if you go out in Garden Place and you look and there's some lovely big umbrellas and there's some seats not under the umbrellas. There's some seats that are not under the umbrellas, and I don't understand that. So that's a source of frustration for HCBA and for some of us. So they absolutely must be in a key stakeholder in this, and they must be able to advise us and help us, not just us say where we're going to put a rubbish bin or tidy up something. That was a very unclear debate. I'm going to use my last 6. No, I'm not.
Councillor Taylor. Was that it? Yeah. Okay, Councillor Nigel Rove. Kesh?
Yes.
Well, you disappeared as well.
Oh, yeah. Yes. I just, Deputy Mayor inspired me to say something because I wasn't actually going to speak. It reminded me of, you know, when FIFA were coming to Hamilton, the Women's World Cup, and we needed to find, we wanted to make Garden Place look a bit tidier, and you know, to put in new seats, new benches, as small as it might seem, we actually couldn't find the funding to put in new benches in Garden Place, you know, the centre of our city. And so I'm so glad to see this come through because we should be taking care of the basics. We should make our central city look amazing. And this is just a small allocation of that rate, but thank you for bringing it forward. And are we talking about parking yet? No? Okay, cool.
Councillor Donovan.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Echo Councillor Kesh's comments and Deputy Mayor O'Leary as well. I've long held the belief that Central City without a soul is not a good place to be, and over the years Hamilton has kind of started to feel a little bit like that, but this is the time now for us to be courageous and make a brave decision to inject some life back into it, because it could potentially be a great place, and a bit of a tidy up here and there, and some attention to detail, and you'll have a place that people want to come back to. And again, I would remind you that that will then bring the soul back to our city, and that is right in the heart of the CBD.
Thank you. Just in my right reply, just to remind you that it's 300,000 across the 2 years. It's not exactly a courageous bid for the CBD, but it's a step in the right direction, and it keeps us heading towards a better, more vibrant CBD. And of course, you know, very soon we'll have a beautiful new regional theatre as well, and I believe that all things, and some development on Victoria and the River, and I think all of those things will piece together to form an even better CBD, and we don't want to be a shabby CBD. And you're quite right, Kesh, we did quite well out of FIFA in the end, just because, but how lucky was that? All right, go to the vote.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Put the motion up for the next bit. Okay. We've had discussion and so on, so we'll go Dave for the debate. I'm not going to debate this at length. The call was clear from the central what? Oh, you're the mover. Of course you did. We did that thing. Swapsies, off you go.
Look, this is a unique scenario where one of the most passionate advocates for city parking and one of the most significant detractors are actually working together. And let's remember the background. This was introduced some 7 years ago, and it was supposed to be a 6-month trial, and it has continued, and it's cost the ratepayer $13 million. It's also made a number of the private car parks unprofitable and very hard to run because they are competing against ratepayer subsidised free parking. And people often say, well, you know, the city should do more to help revitalise the CBD, and I remind us we have a district plan where we have prioritised intensification and A-grade office space is only being able to occur in the CBD to help the CBD businesses. So after speaking with a number of councillors, including Anna and Councillor Maxine and Councillor Sarah over the last few years, we saw it as an opportunity to bring this to an end. And so this most recent iteration of compromise gives another 2 years. So it would start July 2024, and the motion says it will end June 2026. And it will cost approximately $2.6 million more of ratepayer subsidies to enable the CBD. So it will bring to a total a 6-month project to just under 9 years. And so the reason I reminded you of that is, Councillor Hutt, your CAT program, hopefully being an interim one, I wish it much better success than the 6-month parking trial that's gone for nearly 9 years. I think the motion is a sensible middle ground, and it tries to ensure the CBD gets revitalised while eventually bringing the pain from the ratepayer out of the equation.
It's me, isn't it? No, it is me. I'm not going to debate at length because we're trying to achieve pretty much the same thing, which is enabling the new, the parking to be phased, the free to the user parking to be phased out. And I think we all accept the history around it, and we all accept the reasons why that trial was extended, which includes all kinds of things like the effect on business, the readiness of the technology, the ability to put the technology in place, and a whole raft of other things. Anyway, we've got to make the right decision here, and we know it's not sustainable to have free parking in the CBD onward going, but the CBD has been particularly hurt in this financial period of time, this recession, this soft recession, the COVID era, the tougher recession post-COVID, and that retail's doing it hard. And you look at the television every night and they're telling you the same thing. Business is doing it hard. We can't pull the rug out from under them all of a sudden, but this gives us a way to look forward, enables us to build on the other successes of the CBD over the next couple of years, bed in the technology, get the data and proceed from there. Deputy Mayor.
You don't want to go to Councillor Taylor next? As the... Okay, I'll go. I am a supporter of a user pay system, and I think central government needs to help us with our legislation so we can do better in that space, and I know that Local Government New Zealand is working on that with central government. So when the free parking came to an end after a 2-year/7-year trial, I was convinced it was the right thing to do, and I still am to a point. I listened with a very open mind and open heart, actually, to HCBA and to the businesses, And while I don't believe that free parking will brings in people, because I still maintain, and I've said it many times, that if the base decided to charge $2 an hour to park, people would still go to the base. That's what we do. And I thought I was clear on the history of this. I thought that Councillor Taylor, when he first ran for council, campaigned, very clear campaign on free parking. And then the trial came in. But I was looking back at some newspaper clippings from when I first started on council, and my first 3 years was horrendous. And then Mayor Hardacre came on board and we started work on the Central City Transformation Plan. And in that was a free parking idea that I raised. And it ended up being culminated into this free before 9 and free after 3. And from then on I was kind of convinced. But it dropped, somehow it dropped, or I think we might have done it for a little while. And then Councillor Taylor campaigned. And then the rest is history. So I have a checkered past with this one. But that aside, I do think we have, when we consulted on our proposal, we lumped a lot on the CBD. And for me, the CBD and Peacock, those should be our focus areas over the next few years. And this will ease the pain and the burden of change, because the CBD is going to go through a whole lot of change. So I am more supportive of the amendment, but if it fails, I'll go to the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Well, this has been a bit of a red letter day, this, because I came into the LTP thinking 2 hours free parking was going to get killed off, and then I thought it was going to survive a year, and now there's even better news. So look, I'm really pleased. It has, thank you. Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air for free parking, because it's been much maligned in this chamber at times, and in fact prior to the LTP I lost the vote L11-2. My good friend next to me, Councillor Donovan, supported me, and I felt quite lonely at that time. But the funny thing is, I actually think the new technology that we've got is actually the breath of fresh air for it, because I do feel and have felt for some time that it wasn't really being monitored the way it could have been, and I think it's actually, I've already seen an improvement. So it's good news. And I'm quite torn between the two here, actually, because they're both good. And Ewan put me off with some of his comments about the costs, the 13 million, so I'm still swinging a little bit. But thank you, I'm in a much better mood, and I'm really proud of 2 hours free parking. I know it's had its issues and its detractors, but I felt it has played a role, and so I'm overjoyed to see it continue. Thank you.
Grumpy to happy in 42 minutes.
Sorry, there was just potentially an error in the... Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Councillor Jeff, had I been a councillor last year, you would have lost that vote by 11-3. I campaigned earlier this year in the by-election on my support for 2 hour free parking, and so it's important for me today to do what I can to honour the spirit of that commitment that I made to the electorate. We've heard quite a bit about the problems in the CBD, and Mayor Paula, I share your hope for the revitalisation of the CBD, but at the moment it's a pretty sorry spectacle. You know, we can't be proud of the state that it's in. We have a number of commitments that we've made as a council. We want our CBD or our city to be a fun place, a green city, that type of thing. I argued earlier in the year that we should also be quite overt in saying that it must be a place in which businesses may thrive. Our retailers in the CBD are really struggling at the moment. I walked down Barton Street a few weeks ago on a Tuesday afternoon at 4 p.m. I came from the Fonterra building and in towards Centre Place, and I looked in the shop windows of every shop. They were all empty at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday afternoon. I did wonder how the retailers could possibly be surviving in such a difficult environment. Now, this, of course, doesn't overturn all of those problems for them, But it does, I think, strike a balance between recognising that we're not looking to provide parking for those who would just want to use them in order to come to work, even in a part-time capacity. It's very much about trying to support our retailers to attract shoppers. And in my discussions with retailers in the CBD, they are strongly in favour of this. They really say it does make a big difference. We should, as I say, be looking to be a city in which businesses may thrive. It isn't possible for us to do much else, but this is something that they say does make a real difference. And while we're trying to rejuvenate our CBD, let's do that small thing that might just be the difference between a retailer staying in business and not, because that is good for us as a city as a whole.
Pike.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I was looking back on my notes in the LTP hearings, and I had written that HCBA would be okay with free parking removal on the proviso that we give them a year to allow for the adjustments of the implementations of the new meters. Councillor Ewan's motion has gone further and provided 2 years, although only one hour free parking. But I think we all agree that we need to support the CBD, and I believe that this motion will indicate support and a stronger partnership between council, the great work that the HCBA does, and our businesses. But I also think that it finds a middle ground to ensure our ratepayers are not left with the bill. Thank you.
Naidoo.
Thank you. I just want to say that this makes me really happy. And, you know, coming into the LTP, I honestly thought free parking in the city was a dead duck. And like Councillor Jeff just said, you know, it was a fight that I wasn't actually willing to fight because I thought it was a losing battle. So this actually makes me really happy. So I'm happy with whichever one wins. And I'm sure the retailers out there are going to be even happier than me. And, you know, Centre Place they've started 1 hour free parking too. So it's actually reducing it to the 1 hour free parking makes it really simple to understand from consumer perspective. Yes, I just want to thank everyone for having an open mind, listening to the submissions, and coming to this point. Thank you.
Donovan.
Thanks, Chair, Mayor Paula and Councillor Kesh, and thanks to Councillor Wilson and Taylor for their work on this motion, I think it's become now, not the amendment. And it's been interesting sitting beside them, actually. I could hear them sledging each other. And I was like, well, now I'm getting confused. And but look, it's again, I'm going to use the word again. It takes courage to make a big decision, and we don't have to be like every other town and have paid parking. I take a little bit of I don't know what the word is, maybe umbrage at Deputy Mayor's comments around the base, because there are people I know who have told me that they detest going out there. So even if, you know, the $2 parking comment might not ring true with everyone. What I would say again, though, is courage to give away something like free parking to bring people into the city, because I can give you numerous examples of the types of people that drive into town, spend their hour here or 2 hours, and then stay just that little bit longer because of free parking, and they spend money in the city. And that then has a circular effect of going around our economy. Oh, I'm finished.
Oh, sorry. I am just trying to be speedy with our time. You had finished, hadn't you?
It was a pause, dramatic pause. No. Thank you. I think that the move to the electronic meters has been really positive. It's allowed for better enforcement of the 2 hour free parking, which has freed up resources for enforcement elsewhere in the city, and it is encouraging turnover. I am supportive of moving to the 1 hour free because it helps to address revenue and moves towards a user pay system. But at the same time, I think that a staged approach is best. there's already been a lot of change with the move to the electronic meters, and that was a bit of a rough transition. And now I think the move, that's another change to the 1 hour free, and I'm not keen to then make another change again and lock that in too soon, because it's a lot of disruption for the retailers in the central city, but also right now having some time to see how the 1 hour goes means that we can understand what it does in terms of turnover and supporting retail, which should be our #1 priority here rather than revenue in itself, although that's important. The priority here should be how do we best ensure people can access shops and retailers can have customers and we have a thriving CBD. And if we find that it's appropriate to revisit it sooner, we can, but in the meantime, I think it gives people some certainty. And I've remained open-minded on this, and some may be surprised that I'm supporting this move to lengthen it, but I've heard actually a lot of feedback from just everyday residents say they really appreciate it, and it's part of the reason they come into the CBD. So I've listened to that.
Councillor Hart.
I think for me, the discussion around 2 hours free parking or moving to demand responsive pricing is really, for me, about the quality of experience of coming to the CBD. And I think sometimes we get really caught up in how much it costs us because, yeah, we think about how much stuff costs us. But actually we undervalue consistency and certainty when we're coming in for the experience. I've had members of the public that I've been meeting with, you know, late to meetings with me because they were driving around trying to find a park and they couldn't. And we know that from our own data. 85% occupancy rate is the sweet spot. That's what we want. There's lots of people here, they're taking up the parks, they're using the parks, but you can find a park if you came in. But we know that for, you know, significant areas of the CBD, you know, the occupancy rate is well over 85%. And so the idea of moving to demand responsive pricing is that, yep, maybe you pay $3, but you can always find a park. You can come in and have certainty. You know that you will be able to park and be on time for whatever it is you're doing here. And so for me, it's about that quality of experience and making sure that we're not assuming that our residents are not considering the full scope of their experience. But I also want to acknowledge as well that we need a better ability to charge for illegal parking, and that is dictated by central government, and it is absolutely ludicrous to me. The level that these fines are set do not in any way reflect not only the impact it has on our CBD as an ecosystem, but also for disabled people and cyclists as well.
Councillor Van Ooston.
Thanks, Councillor Louise. A couple of really good points made. There's nothing better than knowing you can get a car park in town when you want to come into town to shop. And so that 85% rate is really critical for us to be able to manage well, and that the system that's proposed will do that. Also a good point made about the fines, etc. It's not enough of a deterrent for somebody that they can stay parked there knowing that they might get a ticket every now and again, and that it's not too much of an impost to pay that ticket, or actually just throw it in the back seat and forget about it. The technology is the game changer here, and while it's had a bit of a rough introduction, I think, like all things new, it takes a bit of time to get used to. There's also the app, which can be used for your parking as well, so that if you know you're going to be a little bit longer, you can pay for more. So the assumption that we will lose revenue isn't accurate, because there is the real potential for people to pay additional for that parking, and I'm sure that we will see that. So through this process, you know, I've been lobbied about this from people I wouldn't have even expected to hear about, that, you know, didn't necessarily want to lose their 2 hours parking, but at least wanted to keep one. And not the least of those is certainly the HCBA, and I think they've made a very compelling case. I think by adding the additional time to it, it allows us to phase through that introduction and really allow our public to get used to these ideas. Sometimes we go a little hot and heavy, and we just need to slow these things down and allow the public to catch up. Kia ora.
Cool, thank you. Right of reply.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge actually Jeff's work in this area. I think there is a significant, you can distinguish sort of after 6 p.m. type free parking for dining and on weekends versus the whole approach to free parking during the day for a couple of hours. And so, you know, Jeff has led and drove this. I guess my concern had always been that it was supposed to be for 6 months, and it was supposed to be to help them out of a tough time, and it's just continued. And over time, it's cost a lot of money. But I also accept Jeff's point from all the way through that the problem with the system we've had is the lack of technology. And now that we've got the technology, I think, in fact, things will work much better. So, in fact, there's no real disagreement around this chamber other than the duration. And what I suggest, my position is 2 years is enough time to use the technology, and this is what the motion achieves. It starts July 2024, and it goes through to end of June 2026. That's 2 years. We're giving 2 years. And the amendment talks about 3 years, and I just feel that in light of the fact we've already had 7 years, that an additional year seems a little bit too long. And my point is, it's not free parking, right? We all know that. We say it, free 1 hour, free 2, but it's not. It's forgoing revenue. And the ratepayer picks up the difference. And that's okay, because it's really important. But for 10 years, I feel 9's appropriate. That's why the 2 years, I think, is more sensible.
Let's go to the vote. We go for the amendment first, which is, there's the motion put forward by myself and Deputy Mayor O'Leary. So that's the...
Could we redo it again?
Sorry, so this is...
So the amendment...
This amendment, which is the...
3 years versus the motion, which is 2 years.
3 versus 2 is the word.
Yes.
Can you... Yeah, go again. Oh, Maxine, come on, we all need a toilet break. Reset. More. Amendment, this is Mangela and Mai. You were going to have a break afterwards. Quick vote. Vote, and then we'll take a break. Okay, are we done? Is Moko online?
No.
He's left.
Yes.
Okay.
Who has it? Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hutt, Deputy Mayor, could you please vote? Thank you. Councillor Hutt, thank you.
What? Come on.
The amendment is lost, 4-4, 9 against.
Yeah.
So then we go to the motion.
Which is 2 years.
The motion is carried unanimously.
We're adjourned until 10 past for comfort. Grab it, yep.
Yes, yes.
And then we should be able to crack on. kind of chug through without...
Someone give those ones in the room and yell.
Give them a yell, please. Could you get...
Sean, can you
shout,
round up some
holler?
councillors? Thanks.
Thank you. We're going to try and get through as many of these. Councillors, hello? Excuse me? Hello? Sorry. Just trying to get through as many of these smaller items as possible. It's not to say that they're inconsequential and there won't be any debate, but the more we get through, the more we allow staff to do modelling before tomorrow. But we are almost getting to that point of time where you got diminishing returns of effectiveness. So it's true, isn't it, though? So we're going to finish at 1:45 anyway, regardless. So 1:45. Let's try and keep our debate to the basics, and that way we might be able to get through some of them in a more seamless period of time, which will be very helpful for tomorrow. So we are now up to Play City Space Programme, Shade Provision and CBD Play Space.
It's a simple one.
Aren't we? Sarah?
Spoke with Maria Barry on this because the overall program was reduced between the draft and the deliberation report coming out. It meant that there was less funding for shading, so this is essentially just saying we would like shading to be a priority, and the CBD play space was already a priority. What this may mean is it's a smaller play space provision for the CBD to allow for some funding for shading, but that the recommended program will come back for approval. So it's just giving guidance really, and final approval will still sit with the community committee. So it's
no real, councillors, there's not much discussion to be had there if you've got any questions, but it's pretty straightforward. It's directing further, but it will have no implications in the short term.
No budget.
So let us go to the vote. Oh, okay, yeah.
It was just the one
Maxine.
question that does it override other decisions that are in that play space area?
So
and we'll get the
we'll get all the detail, I guess, and an opportunity to debate it properly with those details at the community committee. Essentially, my understanding, and I'm happy for anyone to correct me, but my understanding is the implication will be potentially you don't have a destination playground in Central City funded first time round. It may be a mid-sized playground instead, and there may be some less funding for making upgrades where we do renewals in other parts of the city in order to make room for the shading. So that's the implication.
That's for discussion there. Thanks, Maxine. We'll go to the vote. Or did you want to debate it, Sarah? Because you kind of did in the... Excellent, thank you. Voting. Shade's good. You've always been a good advocate for shade.
Quick question while we're waiting for the results. We never had a discussion about the bridge. No, we debated everything but the bridge. We debated the car park.
So I mentioned at the start of the Central City item what we'd agreed in PX, and then I mentioned that right at the end we can then loop back to what that means in terms of rates and so on. But
so you'll redo that after we've done that.
Right, so there was nothing to actually debate or move or pass.
No.
I can see Amy going.
The motion was carried unanimously.
I think she just moved me unanimously out of the chamber. Okay, Amy.
Okay, next item is living wage. Please put the motion up, or any motions.
Paula, do you mind if I just give it a real, in a nutshell, description, just so it's clear?
Yeah, sorry, I was just waiting for it to come up.
No, that's all good. I was just
So
waiting
if you could just explain what you're trying to achieve.
Yeah, so very simply, it is, the intention is to uncouple the fact that our minimum wage at the moment is tied to the maximum wage, the living wage. And secondly, that at the moment, with our contractors, we are essentially paying our contractors extra so that the contractors who work with us get the living wage. So it's just focusing on those two things.
Okay. Anybody got any, Councillor Wilson?
Oh, just a quick question. Can anyone help us with the potential cost savings?
Good question, and it's something that Councillor Jeff has been asking us. It's extremely difficult to quantify because it depends on how contractors react to the change, and also it depends as different contracts expire and are renewed. So it's basically impossible to put a number on it at this stage.
So if the motion's successful, contracts that we already have in play will
correct
continue, but it's for new.
Over time, you would expect it to have an effect. It's just very hard to say what that effect will be.
There are two elements to that, though. There is there are some cost savings to be had in the first part of it, in the shorter term, in terms of the. Is it best it's best not for me to do it, but.
Yes, so there's, as Councillor Jeff says, there's two parts to it. One is the contracts, and we've got two major contracts which involve a large sort of staff component, cleaning contract and security contract, and then we have a number of our staff who receive the council minimum wage. We have about 160 staff for whom that applies, and some of them are in various unions and some are on individual employment agreements. In the Q&A in the back of the LTP document, we had suggested that if, just as a guide, if the difference between what our individual employment agreement staff would get paid under the living wage, which is a 6.9% increase, versus what they would get under the remainder of other sort of living wage employees, then the quantum for 1 year would be about $57,000. That is if that was effective and applied immediately. Future years are harder to quantify because Living Wage Aotearoa produced their living wage assessment for the year in April, I think it is. So the difference would be the difference between the Living Wage Aotearoa amount and what was deemed to be a market rate amount if that was less.
Other questions? Okay.
Could I ask one more further question of Sean?
Pardon?
One further question?
Yes, yep, absolutely.
Sean, apart from that side of things, are there any other impacts on staffing of the whole living wage, minimum wage situation in terms of sort of other outcomes?
Yeah, so I think compression is probably is the issue that we have referred to previously. So with staff on the council minimum wage receiving, so last year it was a 9.9% salary increase. The year coming would be 6.9. Essentially what it does is it sort of pushes up some of the salaries for those roles immediately above those, and that effect sort of dissipates as you get sort of higher up. But so last year, for example, we distributed salary increases so that those on lower salaries got a higher percentage increase, and those on higher salaries got a lower percentage increase. And so that's the kind of the compression issue. So that's one of the effects that the living wage has, is that it also helps, or it pushes up salaries, not just for those on the living wage, but those that are their peers or supervisors, that kind of thing as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Fuller.
Question?
Yeah, thank you. You talked about contractors. If we didn't employ contractors or use them to do the work of council, what would be the consequence of that?
I mean, I guess at a high level, I mean, we could choose not to contract out those services and employ staff directly, or we have contracts to do that work.
Right. Thank you.
question on the contractors, because I've just been, we've had this conversation a few times, just trying to understand where it's at. If you uncoupled, sorry, wrong words, the motion around the staff and motion around the contractors, what impact does it have on contractors or on us employing contractors if they're not obliged, but they could have their own ethical standards, or they could choose not to? What does that do?
I'm not the expert on contracts, but essentially what it would mean is that for those contracts where we require those contractors, and when we're talking about contractors, we're not talking about us employing individual contractors, we're talking about the contracts, for example, with security and cleaning, that by requiring those companies to pay their staff the living wage, then they may otherwise have paid their staff less, and therefore the cost to council may have been less for that contract. That's the effect, I think.
So by reversing that, by paying them more, could lead to them pricing their contracts more highly.
But they have to build in the cost of their staff into the contract that they agree with council.
All right, cool, thank you. All right, we go into, is that you debating, Jeff? Yep.
Thank you. Look, it's not about big savings initially, but there will certainly be some savings as time goes by. And I think probably more of a key thing is I think it gives management a little bit more control. It gives us a bit more, I think, surety in terms of that the wage and salary bill is under control. And it gives management a little bit more discretion and control where they're not bound to a certain way of doing things, a certain mechanism. And as we've heard, it has had some kind of perverse outcomes in terms of impacting on what they have to pay staff above some of the people on the living wage. And I think, absolutely we have a responsibility that people are paid well. I would point you to the fact that we've recently introduced a very attractive health insurance scheme, which is worth a good deal of money for us a year that we invest in that. And I suggest that perhaps is a better way of rewarding staff than the kind of the sort of somewhat the model that we've implemented, which I think kind of binds the hands of staff a little bit in terms of the way that they reward our workers. So I won't go over the top about it, but I think it's a better way of doing it, and it just gives us a little bit more control over our payroll and gives management, I think, more discretion in the way they do things. Thank you.
Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Look, in my view, removing our commitment to the living wage would be a mistake. Living wage is not just a number on your payslip. It ensures that there's the well-being and the dignity of our community members. And this was reinforced really well by Robert, who presented with the Living Wage Group, and he shared his story with us. He's a council employee working in the Waters team, and we heard how he works really hard to support his father and his family, and by contributing to that, there's a significantly meets their daily expenses in these times of really tough economic crisis. The job he held before that, he told us, was not a living wage job, and that left him in a state of financial insecurity. Living wage is not only changed everything for Robert and his family, but financial relief has allowed Robert to pursue his dreams in his sport. And I think that that's out in Ngarawahia. So that's right, isn't it, Councillor? Oh, Hautapu, I beg your pardon. So Robert's story to me was a real testament to the broader benefits of the living wage. It empowers individuals, it enriches their families and strengthens our community as a whole. And when workers are paid a fair wage, they're healthier, they're more productive, they're more engaged in their communities. And this policy not only addresses economic disparities, but it fosters a sense of pride and loyalty in our employees. The living wage is a vital investment in the people in Hamilton. It uplifts families like Robert's, enhances community engagement and stimulates our local economy. I urge you all to continue to support that, ensuring that workers can live with dignity and contribute to Hamilton. Kia ora.
Councillor Bidder.
Council's living wage requirement for contractors is a problem for firms who have some staff who work for council and others who don't. Council does not interfere and dictate contractor managers' wages. We should not be telling them how to run their business. If they choose to pay living wage, more power to them, but it is not our right to do that for them. For Council's own staff, this is hard. I do believe in rewarding workers well, but my first responsibility is to the people of Hamilton. I am not saying go back to minimum wage. I am saying that Council should make the decision as to what is appropriate reward on a case-by-case basis, not be bound to the living wage organisation based in Auckland, where living costs are higher.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I have supported the living wage against some headwinds back in the time when it came up, and Councillor Maxine and Councillor McPherson and I fought the good fight. But times are a little different. And whenever you make one financial decision, you have to be mindful that circumstances potentially will change. And although when I made that decision, at the top of mind was the well-being of our staff, I'm also very mindful currently of the well-being of our ratepayers and the circumstances they have found themselves in, and the circumstances this council has found themselves in, to the point where we've had to make a whole lot of job losses. And so I'm now in a position of saying, well, hold on, maybe it's time to decouple the living wage increase each year. And as Councillor Bidder has said, that will then mean individual managers and HR will make the decisions regarding pay based on the circumstances. It doesn't mean people lose their status, right? They don't go backwards. I also strongly believe that in this time of financial challenge, that for us to have a policy that forces other companies to increase their cost of contract to us because we've created this requirement of a living wage, counterproductive currently. Now, in the same way that living wage wasn't in place a few years ago, and we brought it in and our circumstances have now changed, maybe when we're not making people redundant, maybe when we're not talking about double-digit rate increases, we could revisit it then. But meanwhile, we have to cut our cloth to fit.
Thank you. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, times are tough, and I think they're toughest for our lowest paid workers. So Council's commitment to the living wage certainly recognises the tough times we're in, and the movement of living wage Aotearoa is a significant movement in the country now, and it's been building over many years with increasing numbers of employers joining the movement. The calculation as opposed to the minimum wage is actually based on research and evidence about what it actually costs to live in this country. So it's actually, a far better way of assessing what we should be paying people than the minimum wage, which is completely, not scientific and not based on any research. We're not alone in doing this as a council. We've got Christchurch and Dunedin, Hutt City, Porirua and Wellington also very much committed to this. I haven't heard from staff, from any managers that they struggle with this. I just talked to some of the community team recently and asked them what the living wage means for them, and in terms of, you know, the people that are in our lifeguards, our people at the libraries. It's an appreciated aspect of working at Hamilton City, and certainly want to acknowledge also our Chief Executive, who is supportive of this, and I think, if I remember last time we discussed it, indicated his comfort with it and support of it, and actually pride to be part of living wage. You know, sometimes the argument's put forward, oh, we're paying young people the living wage, and I cannot understand that. Young people have to pay rent, young people have to live too, and they're leaving to go to Aussie. So this is one way where we can keep our talent here and keep our young people here, and I'm proud that we're a living wage employer.
Councillor Nigel Rove.
Thank you. I struggle with this one, and because I hear exactly what you know, councillors Max and Anna have been talking about, and I listened to the submission made by the young guy, and the effect that the living wage has had on his family. So I totally get that. Where I struggle is with you know, we've heard our community say that a lot of them would be unable to afford the rates increase. And then I think about our residents, you know, homeowners and renters who are on the minimum wage by default, just because, you know, that's the central government minimum wage that they've set. And so I feel, you know, that I should not have the right to set someone's rate who is on a minimum wage to take their hard-earned money into rates and then decide to pay at a different minimum wage rate, if that makes any sense. So I struggle with this one, honestly.
Any other further debate? Right of reply.
You don't want to debate, Paula? No, you want me to go?
No, I don't think I need to debate.
Yep. All right. Look, thank you for your views on it, and I appreciate you know, the impact it has had on some staff. But that is, and you know, this is not about not rewarding people. And I mentioned the insurance scheme, which costs us $1 million a year. That's 10 million over the period of the plan. I think Kesh makes a very good point. Yes, great, rewarding staff, giving them the living wage, but we're in a fiscal crisis where we've had to lay off staff, and we've got the poor old ratepayer staring down the barrel of a 16 to 18% rate rise, and probably repeated rate rises of that thing. And I think we also have a responsibility to those ratepayers. And thirdly, I don't actually think it gets the best outcomes. It's well-meaning, but I don't actually think it gets the best outcomes. We've got great management, we've got a great CEO. You're actually tying their hands in the way that they can reward staff. You're forcing them to do it a certain way, in a certain corner. You're making them do it. And instead of allowing them to apply discretion in how they reward staff. So I actually think it has perverse outcomes. So I don't think it's the best way to do it. And it's not actually helpful to the management in the way they reward staff, and it's certainly not helpful to the ratepayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the vote.
We'll do a reset. That's okay.
You voted what?
The wrong way. She voted the wrong way.
The motion is lost, 6 for, 8 against.
The motion becomes a substantive? No, it's lost. It's just lost because it was never thing. Right, it remains. Cool. Okay, thank you everyone. We are going to focus a little bit on the ones that have financial implications. I've lost my pink piece of paper. Oh, here it is. We're going to do it a little bit differently so that to allow Tracy time to model as well. So we're going to go to creative infrastructure partnerships agreements.
So, Paula, there's some disagreement with some of the more difficult members in the chamber on that one. She's trying to unpick our jumper. So let's leave that one for tomorrow. The 3 arts and infrastructure policy strategy and arts and events we could take as a suite. I think that they'll be easy, and I'm happy to very briefly explain. Oh, you want ones that have financial impact, because those don't.
Tracy can do the modelling.
We also have got some work to do on the other one that I was
I'm
going
out
to
of here
suggest. So now we're going to we'll do one more, and then we'll be free. So climate change risk assessment. Have I got that right? Climate change risk assessment. The new one. It is a new one.
It's not on our sheet.
No. And then we're leaving. We'll be back, so to speak.
What is it?
It's up on the screen right now.
I can't, there's just too many things added. Is there a seconder for this? Anna, are you seconding this? Okay. Right, speak to what you're expecting to achieve here, Louise.
So this was the number 1 item in the targeted rate for climate that was proposed to be done. So this was the top priority of what that fund would achieve. As that fund has been declined, I am simply trying to, I guess, highlight the climate change risk assessment and what it provides for in terms of both climate modelling, informing civil defence, and general climate change maturity as an organisation.
Thank you for that. Is there any discussion on that? If not, we'll go to the vote.
Oh, you mean debate?
Oh, yeah, debate.
It's that really annoying part of democracy.
Oh, you.
It's horrible.
No, it's late in the day. Debate, Louise, if you want.
If I want. I know that we're tired. I know that we have just fought and lost and fought and won and fought and squabbled some more about what should be in and out of this budget. And I'm sure that my colleagues will roast me about asking for more money for something else. But I want this to be viewed in the context of being in a similar vein to the Claudelands power project in terms of how it affects us. So of that money in year 1, 50K of it is simply purchasing modelling from NIWA of the most up-to-date climate science that we have available. We currently do not have up-to-date modelling on how climate change will affect our city. What we need to achieve through this is a different methodology for examining climate risk. We must look at the adaptive capacity and sensitivities that are unique to our city and then calculate where we're vulnerable. This is a new piece of work that we have never done before, but I think that our residents deserve to know how climate change is going to affect us, and we as governors deserve the most up-to-date information to make informed decisions about this. It's about how we integrate climate risk into the other risks, and I would remind my colleagues who sit on strategic risk that climate risk is a significant one that we face. The National Climate Change Risk Assessment is done every 6 years, which is why the numbers change. But ultimately, this is about enabling us to have good data, good information, and make good decisions. And this will impact how prepared, down to a suburb level, we are for climate change, which we know is coming. I would not put this up unless I truly, truly believed that we needed it.
Councillor McIndoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I can't support this. Earlier today, we considered the targeted rate for climate risk. And in particular, we noted the fact that submissions were pretty strongly opposed to it. This seems to me just a sort of a backdoor method of trying to say, well, we made that decision, we don't like it, so we'll find another way of implementing it. Our ratepayers have spoken and said they don't want us to do it. We have, over the last few days, time and time again, considered the fiscal implications of decisions of this type, and so I'll refer again, for instance, today to the bridge decision that we've made. If we were operating in a vacuum, there could be a moral justification for doing this. But there is climate science available at a national level from a number of different agencies from which we can learn. We don't have to be funding this at a local level here in Hamilton in order to have a good understanding of the risks that we face. And so I will be voting against this motion.
Councillor Wilson. Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Can I first start by saying, Louise, I love your tenacity. When I first met you, I must confess, I struggled, but I have to acknowledge.
Sorry. Saying to the, is it a compliment? It's a little.
It was a compliment. Oh my God, Sarah.
Okay, Ewan, carry on, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. In this politically correct world,
It felt a little backhanded compliment, but carry on. Carry on. Carry on, please.
All right. Let me go back to the normal Ewan and talk about the fiscal irresponsibility of such a last-minute, knee-jerk suggestion when we'd already gone out to the public and openly consulted. And we asked them. We said, "What do you think about putting this in?" And what did they say? No. So what do? Oh, well, we think we know more than they do. We're much more aware of the world. They must be wrong. We must ignore them. Oh.
I didn't imply that the public were wrong.
Thank you. I take that on board. I'll rule in Louise's favour. Please carry on.
So that we decided we would ignore the feedback that we have had from the public submissions. This is $1.7 or nearly $1.8 million. So that we can collect data on climate. We know we've got a climate issue. We are trying the best to manage within the knowledge we've got. We've got lots of information regarding the importance for climate resilience. This is just an academic process of getting some data. It's just nonsensical. Yeah.
Thompson.
Thank you. There's been, so the debate so far has been rather interesting because we've actually just approved the Claudelands Power Resilience Project, which was going to be a project considered as part of the Community Resilience and Extreme Weather Targeted Rate. The motion that we passed in regard to that rate said that we would advise on which projects that we would support, but outside of using the mechanism of a targeted rate. So there was clearly nothing stopping us from considering other projects. We also just approved, thank you everybody, prioritising shade over playgrounds, which again was going to be a key part of the community resilience and extreme weather targeted rate. So I do just want to note that I think we need consistency in terms of approaching this. Look, it extremely pains me to say that I will potentially not support this because right now it's just hard to put in more money. And I recognise the importance of it. Actually, it is important we understand risks. But I'd like to see maybe if there are opportunities for reallocation to support this in some way to get the most critical data. We do have an obligation to our community around ensuring that they're informed, and that's why we do flood planning, for example. This is right within the scope of our work, but it's just until I've seen where the modelling is at the moment, I'm quite reluctant to put in new money, but I actually want to thank Councillor Hutt for bringing this up, because it is hard to put up new things, and it is something important that the Climate Working Group has been advised is a absolute priority, and so it hasn't come out of nowhere either as a last minute knee-jerk thing. Thank you.
Donovan.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I won't be supporting the motion either. I don't think it sits within core services of Hamilton City Council. I agree with comments that have come previously that it should come from Central. We've got world-class university on our doorstep, which I know does a lot of work in this space as well. Look, I think I agree. I love the tenacity and passion for wanting to get this across the line. You know, most of us don't disagree that there's a climate thingy going on, but you know, world's 4.54 billion years old. I don't think it's going to miss our money for a short period of time.
I wasn't going to weigh into the debate on this one, but I just do feel compelled to support Sarah's comments in part, and to also support, sorry, Kate, Anna, but I'm in flow now, and support Louise with her intention. In actual fact, what was rejected was the mechanism of a targeted rate, which I think is what you were saying, Sarah. It wasn't that people didn't want to do anything about climate resilience. It was that the general public didn't like the idea of an additional targeted rate. Climate is core to what we do, should be core to what we do. The fact that we're not doing as much as we should be is something we're going to end up facing sooner or later, I believe. But I'm in the same camp as everyone else. Right now, we can't be layering on cost and cost and cost like a death by 1,000 cuts to our budget. However, let me remind you, in speaking in Louise's defence, that Louise has been a consistent and courageous voice for this cause that so many of the public believe in. And if you don't believe that, remember that only 3 years ago, when we did the long-term plan, this room and Garden Place was full of people asking us to do more about climate. That is a fact. And so dealing with climate is something that's legitimately on the radar all of the time throughout our core business, because this is what, as Angela says, this is about the future generation and what we leave to them. So I reject any side remarks around people's intention. I think the intention is all good, and I'm sorry, Louise, that I'm unable to support you with the money at this time, but I support the intent of your motion. Councillor Casey Cox.
Yeah, I support this motion, recognising, of course, that there are costs. The reason I'm supporting it is because ultimately I think it'll save us costs in the long run, because we'll be able to understand better the impacts that climate change will have in our community, in our city, and in particular on the investments that we are making through this LTP into significant infrastructure. I feel as an elected member that I don't understand the degree of risk that we face in terms of climate change, and how that will actually impact our community and how it will impact our infrastructure. So for me, this is about committing to understand more fully our future, and things like, I mean, yes, we've modelled flood risk, but I still don't understand that completely. I think there's more that we can know. Heat stress, how that will impact us going forward. There's just so much in this topic that I think we need to explore, and I don't. Investing in research like this ultimately, I believe, ends up saving us in the long run. So again, it's about how we understand cost and how we prepare for the long-term future. And I know that 3-year cycles and such budget cycles don't really support the long-term view that we need to have when we're thinking about things like climate change. So I thank Louise for tenacity, youth voice, all the things that Louise brings to this chamber. We're just really fortunate to have that voice because it's our young people. They're actually the most concerned about climate change for understandable reasons. They're going to be living in the world that we leave. Thank you.
I think that's it. Go to the vote. Oh, of course. Yes, please.
So, as right of replies should address previous comments, I want to acknowledge that, yeah, absolutely, there is national data available. That's what NIWA is. But it costs us $50,000 to access it. We do not get it for free. There was differences in opinion on the targeted rate. My understanding was that it was a near 40-40 split of those who had an opinion. There were also critics who I know suggested going against a targeted rate because they believed that climate work should be BAU and should not be separated out as something special to be tacked on. So the consistency of why someone might have voted against or suggested we go against a targeted rate is not as black and white as been suggested. In terms of where the modelling is at, we've been using information that's been divided down to us due to population size, which suggested we should look at reducing our agriculture emissions in the city because we have too many cows. It also suggested we should divest as a city from our forestry, for our forestry that doesn't exist. The data that we have is extraordinarily flawed, and I feel so sorry for our staff who have to grapple with it to try and give us data to help us make informed decisions. So we can vote against this. That's a choice we can make, but we are choosing to be ignorant of how a flood might affect people, of how a heat wave may kill people in the city. 4 people died in Cyclone Gabrielle. And if they had had different information, different decisions may have been made. So I just want to remind this chamber, if there is an extreme event here and people's lives are lost because we were not prepared, and we said that $1.7 million is not enough, or is too expensive to save people's lives in a natural disaster because we wanted to be ignorant of it, so be it.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote.
The motion is lost, 3 for, 10 against.
Okay, thank you. Just before you leave, James wants 2 minutes. And go now.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. There's one thing we just need to tidy up from the parking motion earlier. So if you just bear with me a second, because it might just take a moment to get your heads around. So there's a central city targeted rate, which we currently charge and raises about 145k per year. When in the draft long-term plan we were going to remove free parking halfway through the year, we'd said that what we would do is we would charge a half rate for the whole of that year, given that we've got free parking for half of the year, and then we'd remove it entirely from year 2, by which point there's no parking. What you've now decided to do is to have 1 year's parking for 2 years, and then no free parking. And the motion was silent on the targeted rate, so we just need to work out what that, and it's probably got to be a resolution which we can come to tomorrow, but it just, depending on what the mood of the room is, it might just impact some work we might need to do tonight. So I think the options are, well, I guess there's 3 options. You keep the targeted rate, keep the target rate going, or you charge it at half rate for the 2 years that you've got 1 hour free parking, or you get rid of it immediately. I guess that's a range of 3 options, and I guess it'll be for one of you to come up with a motion tomorrow that addresses one of those options. But if you have any questions on any of those options, it's just good to get that out of the way now, so we know what we can plan for overnight.
I don't think you're going to get any common sense out of this at the moment. We're trying to percolate on the very last minute of the second day. send us out a, hang on, my suggestion, James, is to put that into a very succinct memo. And then we can, at our leisure, have a look at it and ask any questions, and we can come to it first thing in the morning. That's the best I can offer, because I'm looking around the room and feeling that everybody's feeling like me, which is a bit star-eyed right now with the day. So,
Okay, I'll email.
if
Thanks.
you could do that, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much, everyone. Enjoy your evening. 9:30.